Bonjour à tous, bienvenue dans notre événement majeur annuel qui s'appelle le .NET Conf 2021 West Africa. C'est quoi .NET Conf? C'est un événement majeur destiné principalement aux développeurs où Microsoft va montrer les dernières évolutions de sa principale technologie et plateforme .NET. Pourquoi .NET Conf? Parce que cet événement va mobiliser des centaines de milliers ou des millions de développeurs à travers le monde qui vont partager, qui vont apprendre et qui vont dissimuler l'information vers leur base. C'est dans cette optique que nous, en local event, en tant que MVP, en tant que membre de la communauté Microsoft, nous avons décidé d'organiser .NET Conf 2021 West Africa. Qu'est-ce qu'il y aura au menu? Vous allez le voir, énormément de choses. Premièrement, focus on .NET 6. .NET 6, ça veut dire quoi? Quelles sont les nouveautés? Qu'est-ce que .NET 6 apporte de plus? En plus, deuxièmement, nous allons voir Visual Studio 2022. Qu'est-ce que .NET 6 marié à Visual Studio 2022 apporte de plus? Après, nous allons voir qu'est-ce que .NET 6 apporte de nouveau au niveau des applications MVC et Razor. Ensuite, nous allons voir Blazor. Ça, c'est pour moi. J'ai décidé depuis des années, depuis quelques années, un an et demi, de me consacrer principalement sur la plateforme Blazor, sur les technologies Blazor. Pourquoi? Parce que c'est des single page applications et Blazor aujourd'hui marié à .NET MAUI fait des ravages au niveau applicatif. Je donne un exemple. Avec .NET MAUI, que nous allons voir, puisque avec .NET 6, il y a des innovations majeures qui sont apportées. Mais la roadmap va jusqu'à 2022. Donc, développer une seule application, et cette même application peut être déployée sur un Android phone, un iOS phone, un Mac, un Windows. C'est la révolution. Parce que quand vous utilisez les frameworks, les autres frameworks que je ne veux pas citer ici, vous développez soit une application mobile, soit une application web. Ici, avec .NET MAUI, vous développez une application cross-platform que vous pouvez installer sur votre Windows, que vous pouvez installer sur votre iPhone, que vous pouvez installer sur votre Android et que vous pouvez installer sur votre Mac. Donc, c'est du pur cross-platform application development. Ensuite, nous allons voir comment migrer une application développée sur .NET 5 ou antérieure, migrer vers .NET 6. Ça, c'est l'objectif de .NET 5 2021 West Africa. Ce n'est pas fini. Parce que, après cette session, vous aurez les emails de tous les présentateurs. Vous aurez leur chaîne YouTube. Vous pouvez visiter toutes les vidéos. Je prends mon exemple. Sur ma chaîne YouTube, si vous vous abonnez, vous avez l'ensemble des vidéos postées, actualisées sur .NET 6, sur Visual Studio 2022, sur les technologies PowerPoint, Power BI, sur les technologies .NET 6, etc., etc. En plus de ça, vous pouvez, à partir de ma chaîne, apprendre le langage C# si vous êtes nouveau. Mais mieux encore, l'ensemble des intervenants vont interagir avec vous pendant une semaine gratuitement sur n'importe quel type de questions que vous avez et que vous voulez poser. Pendant cet événement et au moment où je suis en train de vous parler, vous pouvez utiliser le chat en live sur YouTube, sur LinkedIn, sur Twitter pour pouvoir interagir avec ces intervenants. Donc, je vous souhaite la bienvenue dans .NET Conf 2021 West Africa.
The original prototype of ASP.NET I wrote over Christmas, New Year's between 97 and 98.
We knew we had to create something that broke a lot of new ground.
You can see a lot changed.
It's been an incredible journey to get where we are today.
It started in the community.
This is an experience.
I'm seeing we have people from all over joining us.
Every developer can actually develop any application super productively for any platform.
Pretty cool.
It's almost like science fiction how far it's come.
This is only the start
the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Science. They are using .NET to deliver a multi-device streaming service to their Academy members.
Get started writing your cross-platform mobile apps.
.NET is open source and it runs everywhere.
You're at this powerful cockpit of all the things from production, editing, hot reload.
We're here to serve. What we want is to make developers happy.
Woo! Simple as that.
I would say get involved.
Come to us with your feedback.
Congrats on another amazing .NET Conf.
The original prototype of ASP.NET I wrote over Christmas, New Year's between 97 and 98.
We knew we had to create something that broke a lot of new ground.
You can see a lot changed.
It's been an incredible journey to get where we are today.
It started in the community. This is an experience.
I'm seeing we have people from all over joining us.
Every developer can actually develop any application super productively for any platform.
Pretty cool.
It's almost like science fiction how far it's come.
This is only the start.
The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Science. They are using .NET to deliver a multi-device streaming service to their Academy members.
Get started writing your cross-platform mobile apps.
.NET is open source and it runs everywhere.
You're at this powerful cockpit of all the things from production, editing, hot reload.
We're here to serve. What we want is to make developers happy.
Woo! Simple as that.
I would say get involved.
Come to us with your feedback.
Congrats on another amazing .NET Conf.
Bienvenue dans .NET Conf 2021 et West Africa. Alors, c'est un événement majeur qui a été célébré il y a 2 semaines au niveau de Redmond à Microsoft. Et je me présente, je m'appelle Léger Djiba, je suis Solution Architect Consultant, Microsoft MVP et je suis aussi sur Twitter, vous pouvez me suivre. Pour cette session de .NET Conf 2021 West Africa, nous avons concocté un programme qui tourne essentiellement sur la nouveauté .NET 6. Donc premièrement, on va vous montrer c'est quoi .NET 6, quelles sont les nouveautés. Donc .NET 6 c'est Visual Studio 2022, donc c'est très important. Ensuite, .NET 6 et ASP.NET Core 6. .NET 6 et Blazor en 4e position. .NET 6 et .NET MAUI. OK. Et enfin, nous allons ensemble migrer une application qui est sur .NET 5, donc .NET 5. Nous allons la migrer vers .NET 6. Donc voilà un peu en prélude à cela. Alors, parlons des nouveautés et des innovations majeures sur .NET 6. Alors, my favorite, donc cette innovation majeure que moi j'apprécie vraiment et qui vient à bon point, c'est le Hot Reload. Alors, c'est quoi Hot Reload? Donc, c'est le fait d'appliquer des modifications aux fichiers sources. Mais quels sont ces fichiers sources et quel type de fichiers sources? C'est les fichiers Razor. Donc, C#, du code C#, si vous modifiez du code C# en fonction du type d'action, du CSS dans votre application en cours d'exécution pendant le développement, vous n'avez pas besoin d'arrêter votre application, vous mettez Save et automatiquement, vous allez voir que tout ce que vous avez modifié s'affiche de manière très chaude, à chaud. OK? C'est pour cela qu'on l'appelle Hot Reload. Vous n'avez pas besoin d'arrêter votre application, de faire un save, OK, ou d'arrêter votre modification, d'arrêter votre application en cours d'exécution. Vous faites votre modification, vous save, vous build et vous réexécutez. Non, c'est fini maintenant. OK, donc ça c'est Hot Reload. Dans les démos qui vont venir, on va rapidement s'appesantir là-dessus. Ensuite, .NET 6, ASP.NET Core, vous avez ce qu'on appelle le Minimum API. Donc, créer une nouvelle application ASP.NET Core avec seulement quelques lignes de code à l'aide des dernières fonctionnalités C# et d'un modèle d'hébergement simplifié. Donc, on va voir aussi que vous avez un minimum API que vous appelez la méthode get, la méthode post en fonction du type d'activité que vous voyez. Le code est vraiment léger, comme moi, bien sûr. Le code est léger et l'interface est poétique. Ensuite, vous avez les async streams, donc c'est des flux asynchrones de données à partir du serveur sans mise en mémoire tampon. OK, il n'y a pas de mémoire cache. Vous avez le async disposal, donc tout le monde connaît quand vous avez manipulé les contrôleurs, les modèles de page et les composants d'affichage. Vous avez aussi iAsync Disposal, donc pour la prise en charge de iAsync Disposal sur les contrôleurs, les modèles. Vous avez Bootstrap 5.1. Ça, vraiment, c'est la dernière version de Bootstrap au moment où je fais ce .NET Conf. OK, donc vous travaillez automatiquement avec Bootstrap 5 sur l'ensemble des applications que vous créez. Ensuite, vous avez les Null State Analysis. Bien sûr, tous les modèles ASP.NET Core ont désormais l'analyse d'état nul C# qui est activée par défaut. On va le voir quand vous créez un projet ASP.NET Core, Blazor. Vous cliquez sur la solution. Vous allez voir qu'il y a un élément qui est activé par défaut. C'est le nullable, donc les éléments nullables. Vous avez aussi du CSS Isolation for Page and Views. Donc ça, vous étendez les styles CSS avec les pages ou les vues spécifiques à l'aide de fichiers d'extension CHHTML. Donc où vous pouvez écrire du résort. .css aussi. Bon, JavaScript aussi, vous avez ce qu'on appelle le JavaScript module. Donc on peut placer les modules JavaScript associés côté des pages, des vues, des composants, à l'aide toujours des fichiers CHHTML, .js et les fichiers Razor.js. Alors, mon bébé, pas mon bébé, mais bon, vraiment, c'est mon cœur. Je me suis consacré, maintenant, je me consacre à 10 000% à Blazor. Et c'est pour cela que ici, si vous voyez, il y a Blazor Improvement. Et il y a vraiment pas une réécriture, hein, mais c'est comme si on dit par exemple en poésie, il y a une façon d'écrire les vers, ok, la versification. Ici vous avez les render components, ok, from JavaScript, vous avez les preferred state, vous avez les error boundaries, les erreurs au niveau de, comment on dit, des composants ou au niveau du code. Vous pouvez les gérer de manière plus smart. Custom event arcs, ok, infer generic type. Vous avez required component parameter. Donc, si vous avez un composant et vous lui envoyez un paramètre et vous voulez que ce paramètre soit rempli par force, de gré ou de force, on va voir comment utiliser ces composants-là. Ok, ensuite, vous avez handle query string parameter. Vous voulez, par exemple, envoyer des paramètres au niveau de votre URL. OK, pour que l'application puisse les consommer, etc., etc. Il y a énormément de possibilités. Control HTML, head, content, JavaScript initializer, dynamically render component. Ça va tuer, ça permet d'écrire des interfaces avec la possibilité d'éteindre, de faire une extension de vos composants. Donc, au niveau Blazor, il y a énormément de choses à dire. On va vraiment s'appesantir là-dessus. Alors, .NET 6 et Visual Studio 2022. Alors, j'ai pas voulu parler beaucoup, donc parce que ici, une image vaut 1000 mots. Vous avez Old and Refreshed, Old and Refresh en fonction des couleurs pour que vous puissiez bien voir les icônes. Old, c'est les anciennes Visual Studio, ok, on va dire 2019 à 2000, ok. Et maintenant, vous avez les nouveaux boutons, ok, qui ont du style. J'aime bien. Ça, c'est un problème de goût et de couleur. J'aime. En tout cas, j'aime. Ok, mais c'est pas simplement ça, bien sûr. Si vous voyez en bas, j'ai mis démo. Il y a énormément de choses à découvrir au niveau de Visual Studio 2022 qui est maintenant 64 bits. Si vous avez un projet de plus de si vous avez une solution de plus de 100 projets, je vous le conseille pas, mais vous le chargez en quelques secondes avec Visual Studio 2022 64 bits. Alors, ASP.NET Core .NET 6 et ASP.NET Core 6, c'est très bien. Pourquoi? Parce que la démo qu'on va faire, on va intégrer Hot Reload. On va voir la différence entre le template ASP.NET Core qui est créé avec Visual Studio 2019 et le template ASP.NET Core créé avec Visual Studio 2022. Vous allez voir que c'est comparé Angleterre et pomme de terre. Voilà. Je m'arrête là en attendant la démo. Vous avez aussi .NET 6 and Blazor. Ça, it's me. OK. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'il va avoir ici? Une démo où on va voir aussi Hot Reload sur Blazor, mais on va aussi avoir quelques composants qu'on va mettre en place. On va voir aussi les global using. Ça rend le code beaucoup plus poétique. OK? Je vous assure, vous allez aimer. Ensuite, .NET MAUI. J'avais dit dans quelques vidéos, je pense qu'il y a quelques mois, qu'un développeur qui se respecte ne peut pas ignorer .NET MAUI. Pourquoi? Attendez de voir la démo. Vous n'avez plus besoin de développer une application mobile. Pourquoi? Non, c'est pas possible. Puisque cette application mobile doit interagir avec un back-end. Ce back-end doit alimenter aussi peut-être un front-end qui est sur Angular, un site web, etc., whatever you want. OK. Donc aujourd'hui, au lieu d'avoir une équipe de développement web, une équipe de développement mobile, une équipe de développement sur Mac, une équipe de développement sur iOS, c'est des conneries, excusez-moi du terme. Pourquoi? Suivez la démo avec .NET 6 et .NET MAUI pour vous faire une idée. Après maintenant, et enfin, qu'est-ce qu'on va voir? On va voir comment migrer une application. Précédemment, développée sur .NET 6, Blazor avec .NET 6, je le répète encore une fois, notre Open Restaurant, et on va migrer notre application en un temps record en .NET 6. Assez parlé, assez fait de présentation, switchons rapidement sur Visual Studio 2022. Là, on est sur Visual Studio 2022, OK. Vous allez voir un peu, on va parler d'abord des icônes, OK. Si vous prenez un projet, je vais prendre un projet MVC par exemple, voilà. Ici, par exemple, vous voyez que les icônes ont changé, OK. Si vous allez au niveau package, au niveau frameworks, au niveau dependencies, donc idem aussi pour MAUI, ok. Donc vous voyez les icônes ont changé. Alors je rappelle que ce projet, vous pouvez même présentement le télécharger sur ma page GitHub. Donc vous allez sur github.com gbox .NET Conf 21. Donc les codes sources sont disponibles. Voilà. Donc du coup, qu'est-ce qu'on va voir? On a vu le nouveau design. On va voir quelques éléments qui sont vraiment fondamentaux. Pour cela, nous allons dans Tools, Customize, donc Option. On va customiser notre environnement. Ici, bon, c'est pas nouveau, hein. Vous avez la possibilité de changer de couleur. Quand vous mettez blue, il va changer votre Visual Studio en bleu. Vous n'avez pas besoin de redémarrer. Quand vous mettez par exemple Blue Extra, il va changer l'environnement. Voilà, ouais, l'environnement changé. Si vous mettez par exemple Option Dark, il va le mettre tout en noir. OK, voilà, il change. Bon, c'est à vous de voir quel est selon vous le plus beau élément. Donc moi je me plais bien à noir sur blanc. OK, les classes sont visibles. OK, mais pour la visibilité, la meilleure visibilité, je vais utiliser blue. OK, ça permettra à beaucoup de personnes de bien voir ce qu'on est en train de faire. OK, d'accord. Les hackers et autres là, ils sont bien dans ce dark. OK, très bien. Donc, au niveau configuration, je mets option. Il y a un élément qui est très important pour ceux qui veulent voir les preview features, les fonctionnalités en préversion. Donc ici, vous avez toutes les fonctionnalités en préversion. OK, donc vous regardez ce qui vous intéresse. Là, par exemple, avec le Hot Reload, XAML IntelliSense Update After .NET Hot Reload. Donc, si vous travaillez sur du XAML, etc., etc. Vous voyez, il y a énormément de possibilités. Alors, je viens, moi, au niveau debug. Quand je viens au niveau debug, vous avez, si vous faites du C++, OK, vous pouvez activer le Hot Reload sur le le C++. Donc là, vous venez dans Debug. Il y a d'autres options aussi que vous pouvez rajouter, Enable Edit and Continue and Hot Reload. Donc, si vous éditez votre code, vous continuez à maintenir ce code-là pendant que l'application est en cours d'exécution. Le Just in Time aussi, donc qui soit natif. Le Hot Reload, il est là. XAML Hot Reload, vous pouvez l'activer. Alors, ici, par exemple, Enable XAML Hot Reload, WPF, Universal Windows Platform, WinUI. Donc, ça, c'est il inclut dans .NET MAUI. OK, on va voir ça tout de suite. Alors, en plus de ça, vous avez, moi, j'utilise une autre extension qui s'appelle Reshaper, OK, donc que vous pouvez télécharger. Donc, du coup, on va passer à ça c'est les interfaces et configurations. On va passer à Hot Reload. Alors, prenons notre application .NET Conf WinForm. On va l'exécuter en l'état. OK. On va exécuter notre application en l'état. Et notre application est là. Donc, je vais modifier le titre, hein. Alors, ou bien on va designer notre application. Alors, il faut comprendre le hot reload. Si vous comprenez comment une application desktop fonctionne, une application mobile fonctionne et une application web fonctionne, vous comprendrez que le hot reload au niveau des applications desktop, Universal Windows Platform, très souvent a besoin d'un refresher. Donc, soit vous changez d'interface, soit vous mettez un bouton refresh. Pendant que l'application est en cours d'exécution, vous mettez un bouton. C'est ce qu'on va essayer de faire. Donc, je vais faire ici, par exemple, j'ouvre WinForm. Alors, je vais mettre un bouton. Donc, je vais mettre View, Toolbox. Alors, Toolbox, il est où? View. Toolbox, il est là. OK. Alors, je vais d'abord modifier Form 1. Je veux lui dire que voilà, c'est .NET Conf 2021 West Africa. OK. Cool. Et ici, par exemple, je vais mettre un bouton. Le bouton, je vais l'appeler Click Me. OK. Ce bouton Click Me va faire quoi? Alors, je vais essayer de le rendre un peu plus grand. Je vais prendre un label. C'est du dessin, hein, c'est du drag and drop, un label. Alors, je vais modifier son style. OK, il va être flat. Alors, le font, je vais agrandir, mettre un gros font. OK, gras, 18. Boom, voilà. Et alors, border style. Oh, sorry. On va mettre le border style. On va utiliser fix single. OK. Et voilà. On va je pense que c'est OK. For color, OK, il est bon. D'accord. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on va dire? On va dire que si je clique ici, je vais écrire quelque chose là. Donc, je lui dis, je double-clique, il va me créer l'événement button click, et je lui dis, label one.text, c'est excitant, label one.text, equal to hello.net conf 2021 West Africa. Et je mets mon point virgule. Je vais enregistrer et j'exécute mon application. Alors, vous allez voir ce que ça va donner. On va faire ça. Et puis, on fait ça comme ça. Voilà. Alors, boum, boum. C'est bon. Donc ici, je clique, il me dit hello.net conf 2021 West Africa. Donc, je lui dis non, je veux d'abord une exclamation. Je lui dis, waouh! 3 points d'exclamation, d'abord. OK, et je mets virgule, hello, Voilà, je mets ça. OK. Ici, quand je fais save, malgré que le hot reload alors, je fais ça, malgré que le hot reload est déclenché. Hot reload on save. Même si je mets hot reload ici, OK, rien ne se fait. Je suis obligé de cliquer et pour voir, wow, le changement. Voilà le hot reload. Donc, avant, ceux qui connaissent le WinForm, pendant qu'une application est en cours d'exécution, vous pouvez pas modifier cette application qui est en cours d'exécution. C'est pas possible. Maintenant, le hot reload vous permet de le faire rapidement. Très bien. Ça, c'est le hot reload au niveau WinForm. Allons au niveau MVC. Donc, je fais clic droit, set as started project, et je vais lui dire rapidement, je vais exécuter directement, pourquoi pas. Donc, on est au niveau MVC, notre application. Alors, c'est du .NET 6, implicit using. On va en profiter pour voir le implicit using. OK, alors, il est là. Donc, notre application a démarré. Donc, je fais boom. Oups. Voilà. OK. Et là, par exemple. OK, voilà. Là, c'est bon. Donc, notre application est en cours d'exécution. Je vais dans Explorer. Boom. J'ouvre. Je vais dans View. Home. Index. OK. Donc ici, on va faire hot reload au niveau HTML. Donc, welcome to .NET. Non, sorry. .NET Conf 2021 West Africa. OK. Je fais save. Donc, regardez, quand je fais save, malgré ici, je suis en hot reload save, je fais hot reload, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Boum, ça vient. Alors, je vais essayer de modifier, de mettre un bouton ici, par exemple, ou bien je vais mettre class display, OK, et je vais mettre, par exemple, alerte, OK, alerte, et je mets alerte info. C'est hot reload au niveau CSS. J'enregistre, je fais save, OK. Oups, ça vient. Donc, nous avons hot reload au niveau HTML, hot reload au niveau CSS et hot reload, même chose. Je vais rajouter aussi ici un bouton. Donc, je mets button. OK, et je lui dis click me. Enregistrer. Oups, on va attendre un peu. Boom, click me, hot reload. Nickel. Donc, hot reload au niveau MVC. OK, je vais mettre peut-être un input. OK, et je vais mettre type. Je vais mettre, bon, écoute, je vais mettre un type checkbox. OK. Et je mets save. Et vous allez voir, j'ai un checkbox ici. Voilà. Click me, etc., etc. Donc voilà. Je suis en mode exécution et ça s'exécute. Donc, passons maintenant au niveau Blazor, avant d'aller au niveau, comment ça s'appelle, .NET MAUI. Allons au niveau Blazor. Donc, je lui dis set as started project. Même chose, je vais exécuter mon application Blazor. OK. Ça, je ferme, ça, je ferme, ça, je ferme. Voilà. Mon application Blazor est là. Même chose. Donc, sorry. Voilà. Alors, ici, mon application est en cours d'exécution. Donc, je viens Blazor, page, index, et voilà mon index. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire? Alors, faites attention, j'ai oublié de vous montrer quelque chose. Ici, par exemple, regardez, j'ai .NET Conf, j'ai index. Alors, allons dans MVC, index. Vous allez voir que le index.resort n'a pas la même couleur que le index ici, par exemple. Je viens à ce niveau, voilà. Donc, cela veut dire quoi? Que suivant les projets, Visual Studio 2022 te permet d'avoir de mettre des couleurs. Et ça, c'est très important. Donc ici, pour avoir cette fonctionnalité, qui est en préversion aussi, vous devez venir au niveau de, je pense que ça, au niveau de, laissez-moi voir, voilà, Fonts and Color, ou bien, je pense, non. Laissez-moi voir, ok, Tab and Windows. Ok, donc ici, quand vous venez dans Tab and Windows, vous mettez Colorize Document by Tabs. Ici, File Extension, soit vous mettez par extension .cs, tous les .cs, donc les fichiers classe C# vont avoir la même couleur, ou bien par projet. Donc ici, je lui dis par projet, et automatiquement, quand j'ouvre, je sais que les deux, ici, là, sont pas du même projet, ici, parce que la couleur est différente. Je vais prendre un autre projet aussi, au niveau WinForm. Je prends programme.cs. Voilà, programme.cs a une autre couleur. Donc voilà la différenciation. C'est quelque chose quand même qui est très important. Alors, revenons à notre Blazor. OK, index. Donc, je vais changer hello world, hello.NET Conf 2021 West Africa. Je fais un save, j'attends, ok, et hot reload. Et vous remarquez qu'il y a un point de validation, hello.NET Conf 2021 West Africa. Donc voilà. Et si je veux faire ceci, par exemple, excusez, je fais H2, ok, et je coupe et je colle ici, et je fais Save. On va voir ce que ça va donner ici. Boom! Welcome to your new app. C'est bon. Et maintenant, on va aller plus en détail. On va aller au niveau C#, hot reload au niveau C#. En quoi faisons? Je vais rajouter ici code. Oh, sorry. Code. OK. What kind of code? Donc, je vais dire que j'ai un paramètre. Et le paramètre est de type string. OK, sorry. Donc, string. Word, mot par défaut. Et mot par défaut, en C#, je peux le déclarer et l'initialiser. Et je vais mettre ceci est un hot reload en C#. Boom! Très bien. Même si je fais save, rien ne s'affiche. Je vais faire ça. Même si je fais save, rien ne s'affiche. Il faut maintenant que je fasse ceci, là, arrobase, mot par défaut, et là, je fais mon hot reload, ok, ouh, c'est normal, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Parce que ici, mot par défaut est dans le code et c'est un paramètre. Donc, quand je fais mon hot reload, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Regardez, ici, il ne se passe rien. Pourquoi? C'est très simple. Parce que simplement, il faut que j'essaye de changer de fenêtre et le hot reload vient automatiquement. C'est au niveau code. Il y a certains moments, il va vous envoyer un message pour vous dire que, voilà, je dois faire un build, puisqu'il va toucher le cœur de l'application. Donc, hot reload au niveau C#, hot reload au niveau HTML, hot reload au niveau CSS, etc., etc. Alors, je peux changer, par exemple, title Alors, je vais venir ici, je vais changer le component, ok. Il s'appelle comment? Dans Share, ok, Survey Prompt. Alors, et ici, je vais lui dire class alert et alert info. Ok. Et je fais un save. Je reviens à ce niveau. Ouh, c'est bon. Donc, en faisant un save, le save permet d'aller charger directement l'application en hot reload. Et vous avez vu comment est-ce que cette application a été impactée à partir de son composant. Donc, je fais ceci, boum, je suis en mode, comment ça s'appelle? Je suis en mode hot reload. Ok, donc on va aller voir quelque chose d'autre. On va voir, est-ce qu'il y a la possibilité, je vais prendre un exemple très simple, ici, je vais prendre programme.cs. Regardez ce qui se passe. Programme.cs, vous faites les using, et ceux qui sont en noir foncé sont ceux qui sont utilisés, et ceux qui sont un peu en beige, c'est ça les références non utilisées. Alors, pour être sûr que nous sommes en .NET 6, je vais me permettre ici de créer, ok, une classe, un fichier que je vais appeler global using. Et c'est là où vraiment .NET 6 commence vraiment à faire de la poésie. Donc je vais l'appeler global usings. Ok. Alors vous n'êtes pas obligé de l'appeler global usings. Ok. Mais il faut comprendre une chose, il y a ce qu'on appelle le convention over configuration. Alors, dans global usings, qu'est-ce que je vais mettre? Je vais me permettre de prendre tout ce qui est using dans program.cs. Je coupe. Ouh, regardez, des erreurs. Je viens ici, je colle aussi des erreurs. Ok, attention. Si Sharp me permet, quand j'appuie, je mets ma souris ici, j'appuie sur le bouton Alt, je descends et je mets global, espace. Donc, pour que ça marche, c'est normal, pour que ça marche, et parce que c'est une classe spécifique, en utilisant ce mot-clé global, je vais enlever le namespace et public class, je vais enlever aussi les deux parenthèses ici, et la magie va s'opérer. CTRL KD. Voilà. Donc, je mets save, et je reviens dans programme.cs, boum, la magie est là. Regardez, j'ai plus besoin de mettre using. OK? Est-ce que l'application va continuer à fonctionner? Allons voir. Je pense que oui. Alors, je vais faire ceci. Bon, j'exécute. Il va build. Voilà. On regarde. Boom, boom, boom. Ouais, ça marche. It works. Donc, tout est là. Fetch marche, tout marche. Malgré que, ici, nous avons, comment ça s'appelle, dans programme.cs, qui est là, ce niveau-là, programme.cs, il n'y a rien, ok? Parce que simplement, j'ai créé global usings, et l'ensemble, pour n'importe quelle classe, ok, je vais prendre une autre, je vais prendre par exemple, page, je vais prendre error. Ok, je vais enlever ça. Je coupe. Voilà, regardez. Il y a déjà des erreurs. Je viens dans mon global using. Oh, sorry, global using. Et je vais coller. Tout est là. Donc, je fais save. Je reviens dans mon error. Oui, toujours édité. Je reviens dans mon error. C'est très normal. Je reviens dans Global Using et je lui dis que, voilà, je clique sur Alt, je descends et je lui dis que c'est Global Espace. Voilà. Donc, je fais mon save. Je reviens à Error. Boum! Tout éclate. Voilà, ça disparaît. Je fais un CTRL-SHIFT-B Oh, sorry, je suis en mode décollage, j'ai oublié. OK. Donc, je fais mon hot reload. Mon application va marcher sans problème. Je fais toudoum, 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 toudoum. C'est magnifique. OK. Donc, ça, c'est hot reload. Alors, on va continuer. On va voir un peu de l'intelligence. Alors, hot reload chez Blazor. Allons au niveau .NET MAUI. Ah, ça, par contre, c'est excellent. Donc, close all tabs. Yeah. Save. OK. Venons au niveau de .NET MAUI. Je vais dire set as started project. Alors, je vais rapidement présenter .NET MAUI. Quand vous regardez ici, vous avez plateforme. Cela veut dire que .NET MAUI, vous pouvez développer une application multiplateforme pour Android, pour iOS, pour Mac Catalyst et pour Windows. C'est très important. Donc, everywhere. Alors, c'est pour ça que je dis, aujourd'hui, certains développent des applications multiplateformes, c'est normal, mais ces applications ne peuvent pas s'installer sur un Mac et ne peuvent pas s'installer sur un Windows. Donc, la différence entre ce que vous faites dans React, dans Angular, vous créez des applications cross-platform, certes, mais pour Android et pour iOS. OK? Aujourd'hui, vous mettez Android, iOS, Mac et Windows dans une seule application. OK? Alors, on va regarder ça rapidement. On va exécuter cette application. Donc, vous voyez .NET 6 Android, .NET 6 iOS, .NET 6 Catalyst et Windows. Voilà notre application. Alors, vous avez ici counter, fetch, etc., etc. Donc, OK. C'est comme une application mobile. Donc, le hot reload a un comportement plus ou moins différent. Alors, on va voir. On va faire un hot reload rapide. Donc, je vais mettre ça à droite et ici à gauche. Donc, je viens là. Je suis en mode exécution, oui. Explorateur. Je vais fixer ça, ça. OK, je vais au niveau de page, index. Et je vais dire hello, hello.net, hello, hello.net Conf 2021 West Africa. I like this. Save. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on fait ici? Je mets save. On regarde. On patiente. Au lieu de hello world, je viens dans count et je mets home. Boom! Ça vient. OK. Je le prends. Welcome to your new app. Je viens. Welcome to West Africa. West Africa Developers App. Yeah. Je fais save. Je vais aller même plus loin. Je vais faire hot reload. Et je reviens. Boom. Welcome to your app. Par contre, si j'avais un bouton refresh, dès que je mets refresh, ça passe. Alors, qu'est-ce qui amène ça? Je change de page, je reviens, boom! Welcome to West Africa Developers App. OK. Hot reload dans, comment ça s'appelle? Hot reload dans .NET MAUI. Alors, .NET MAUI, comme je l'ai dit, c'est une application cross-platform. Donc, regardez, c'est vraiment, là, par exemple, c'est le plus petit mobile qui existe, hein, donc, vous voyez, c'est vraiment responsive, click me, etc. Alors, je vais changer le click me. Alors, boom. Let's do it. Click me. Je vais aller dans, oui, page, counter. Alors, je vais faire counter equal to current counter plus 10. OK. Donc, je m'efforce de faire du hot reload et je l'ai même dit on save. Mais puisque nous sommes dans un environnement ici, je fais ça pour recharger. 1, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, etc., etc., etc. Donc, du coup, nous sommes en train vraiment de faire du hot reload dans du .NET MAUI. Et quand vous faites clic droit, vous avez la possibilité de faire un publish. OK? Donc voilà hot reload dans .NET MAUI. Alors, ce que je vous propose, on va voir un peu le refactoring et IntelliSense. Alors, qu'est-ce que cela veut dire? Donc, je vais arrêter ça. Je vais repartir sur Blazor. Oh, sorry. Clic droit. Set as startup project. Donc, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Il y a l'intelligence artificielle qui est intégrée dans Visual Studio 2022. Les gens pensent que c'est des conneries, excusez-moi du terme. On va vérifier, on va vérifier. Donc, je vais créer un répertoire que je vais appeler Models. OK. Et je crée un autre répertoire que je vais appeler View Models. View Models. View Models. OK. Et dans Model, j'ai créé une classe que je vais appeler Person. OK. Je vais mettre Person class. OK. OK. Sounds good. Alors, regardez ici. Alors ici, j'ai Blazor, Model, etc., ma classe. Donc, dès que j'arrive ici, regardez ce qui se passe. Donc, j'ai rien dit, mais il y a un gars qui est intelligent, qui est derrière Visual Studio, qui me dit, bon, c'est une classe. Normalement, puisque tu es dans Model et tu dis, la classe s'appelle Person, normalement, chaque classe doit avoir un identifiant. Je ne sais pas si tu vas utiliser Entity Framework, je m'en fous, excusez-moi du terme, mais je vous propose quand même d'identifier votre classe. AI. Je fais tabulation, boum, c'est bon. Il me dit, OK, ces personnes, s'il y a un identifiant. Quand je fais entrer, il me dit, hey, personne doit avoir un name. Damn! Et puis, je code pas, j'ai pas encore écrit une ligne de code. Et je fais entrer, je fais entrer. Il me dit, OK, personne, qu'est-ce qu'il doit avoir? Je vais mettre public. OK. Et dès que je mets public, il me dit, age. You want age? Je lui dis, OK. C'est démentiel, ça. Et je lui dis public. Et je viens ici, je lui dis public. That time, birthday. Alors, je peux choisir en âge et date de naissance. Je vais choisir date de naissance. J'ai pas envie de âge parce que âge, je peux l'avoir à partir de date de naissance. Donc ici aussi, je vais dire public. Donc vous voyez, Visual Studio est en train de, je mets par exemple string, address, OK, et je mets je mets email address. Quand je fais ça, il me dit bon, est-ce que vous voulez que get est set? Je dis oui, et je mets public, et vous allez voir la beauté. Int amount, okay, you want float or something like that, float, et qu'est-ce qu'il va me mettre? Amount, et get set, etc., etc. Donc ça c'est bien, ok? Alors, qu'est-ce que je fais? Regardez bien. C'est bon, je fais save, ok? Name, il me propose quelque chose, ça c'est resharper, declare as nullable. Me dit bon là, me déclare. String aussi, faut le déclarer as nullable, si vous voulez. OK, et c'est bon. Très bien. Et nous allons au niveau de notre view model, add class, et je vais lui dire person view model. OK. Donc person view model, qu'est-ce que je vais faire? Voilà. Il me propose int, ça dépend. Je veux, si je peux accepter ou je peux ne pas accepter. Bon, je vais dire, bon, j'accepte, on s'en fout. Print name, regardez. Là, il est en train de chercher. Si vous avez le temps, vous le laissez un peu, vous proposer quelque chose. Sinon, vous allez simplement mettre public et int age, même chose. Donc, du coup, qu'est-ce que je vais faire? Je vais lui dire simplement public void search. Je vais mettre search. Et je vais lui dire que j'ai personne voilà, personne P, personne, ok. Et qu'est-ce que je vais faire? Regardez ce qui va se passer. Alors, et je vais lui dire if, il va commencer à, regardez, je lui dis if, personne. Et l'intelligence est tellement bien différent de nul. Regardez, différent de nul. Et qu'est-ce que il va me faire? Je lui dis, qu'est-ce que je vais faire? Il va commencer à te donner la possibilité de faire énormément de choses. Par exemple, je peux mettre person dot, ok, address, dot email, etc. Et puis quand je fais espace, il me dit oui, equal to, parce qu'il s'attend à une affectation. Donc, il n'attend pas que je lui donne une affectation pour me proposer autre chose. Donc, c'est extraordinaire. Donc, je lui dis name ou name of ou tout ce que vous voulez. Il me fait une fonction. Ou bien, il me demande d'implémenter une classe. Donc, c'est très important. Donc, je vais annuler ça. J'ai pas besoin de ça. Donc, ça, c'est vraiment l'intelligence. OK? I don't need this. Delete. OK. Donc, l'intelligence est très avancée au niveau de, comment ça s'appelle? De Visual Studio 2022. Donc, essayer l'intelligence, c'est quelque chose qui peut vous rapporter gros. Et surtout si vous avez un gros projet, vous devez coder énormément de choses. Et très souvent, c'est la routine. Donc, si vous codez de manière spécifique, l'AI va apprendre votre manière de coder. Et dans les autres classes ou dans les autres modules, il va commencer à vous proposer votre intelligence. Donc ça, c'est vraiment quelque chose de wow. OK, je pense que c'est OK. Nous avons montré un peu le hot reload. Nous avons montré project template. Project template, OK. On va aller dans, on va regarder le template de Blazor. Ça, j'ai oublié ça. Et je vais ouvrir Visual Studio 2019. Je vais créer un projet Blazor et nous allons comparer les deux. Alors, vous allez voir qu'il y a une différence au niveau MVC. Il y a une différence au niveau Blazor sur les projets avec .NET 5. Hein. .NET 6 a vraiment réécrit beaucoup de choses. Donc, on va charger. Alors, il y avait une mise à jour en cours. Je pense que c'est fait. Voilà. Donc, on va y arriver. J'espère que ça va se faire rapidement. Donc, je vais créer un nouveau projet. Donc, Blazor Project. Alors, boum. Il va, les mises à jour. Voilà. Donc, je prends un Blazor Server Application. Donc, il va me créer mon Blazor Server. Donc, je vais mettre Blazor Net 5. OK. Oui, je peux créer compte individuel, créer. Et puis il va me créer mon projet. OK. Donc c'est créé. Alors, je vais mettre ce projet à gauche et Visual Studio 2021 2022 à droite. Et nous allons voir la différence. Connected Service, OK. Dependency, OK. Properties, OK. WW-root, OK. Area, OK. Data, OK. Page, OK. Shared, OK. Import.razor, OK. App Razor, OK. App Settings, OK. Et program.cs. Program.cs. Ça, c'est moi qui l'ai créé, hein. Global Using. Donc, program.cs. OK. Mais à la seule différence qu'il y a un fichier qui existe sur .NET 5 et qui n'existe plus sur .NET 6, c'est Startup. Maintenant, analysons le fichier Startup. Je vais faire ça. Le fichier startup, c'est là où on met le contexte, ok, add context, ok, on appelle les services site Blazor, on appelle le add singleton, weather forecast, etc., etc. Et puis c'est là où aussi on définit le dev environment. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Ce fichier-là, je vais faire l'explorateur, ce fichier-là, il a été sur .NET 6, on va dire factorisé à l'intérieur de programme .cs. OK? Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Regardez. Quand vous allez dans programme.cs, add singleton weather forecast, il était dans startup. Maintenant, c'est dû à quoi? C'est dû à ce monsieur-là. Donc, du coup, quand vous venez, vous dites var builder, web application.create builder et args. Builder me permet aujourd'hui, ici, sur startup, on avait le high configuration. On va sur startup, high configuration. Voilà, il est là, startup. OK. Nous avons le configuration services, donc high service collection services. On appelle service.addSingleton. Ici, qu'est-ce qu'on fait sur .NET 6? On va dire builder.service.addSingleton. Donc, c'est très important. Donc, programme.cs a été enrichi, OK, et maintenant a phagocyté comment ça s'appelle, startup.ts. Ce qui est valable pour Blazor est aussi valable pour ASP.NET Razor et ASP.NET MVC. Donc ça, c'est ce que je voulais vous montrer. Donc nous allons passer maintenant au C# 10 dans Visual Studio 2022.
The original prototype of ASP.NET I wrote over Christmas, New Year. The original prototype of ASP.NET I wrote over Christmas, New Year's between 97 and 98.
We knew we had to create something that broke a lot of new ground.
You can see a lot changed.
It's been an incredible journey to get where we are today.
It started in the community.
This is an experience.
I'm seeing we have people from all over joining us.
Every developer can actually develop any application super productively for any platform.
Pretty cool.
It's almost like science fiction how far it's come.
This is only the start.
The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Science. They are using .NET to deliver a multi-device streaming service to their Academy members.
Get started writing your cross-platform mobile apps.
.NET is open source and it runs everywhere.
You're this powerful cockpit of all the things from production, editing, hot reload.
We're here to serve. What we want is to make developers happy.
Woo! As simple as that.
I would say get involved.
Come to us with your feedback.
Congrats on another amazing .NET Conf.
Okay, hi, my dear, how you doing?
Hi, great.
Good. Welcome to the NetConf 21, West Africa. I will let you present yourself. What are you doing? What are you presenting today for your session?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to start sharing my screen.
Yeah.
This one. You should see me on screen while sharing the screen. Okay, so it's probably this one. Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Gil, and today I have two sessions. This is the first one going to talk about TDD and legacy code. Second one's going to be later on in a few hours, also with TDD, about TDD, using TDD to build an API. We're going to talk about what does this mean. It's not an introduction to TDD, test-driven development. I'm going to just skip a few slides in order to get everyone acquainted, but I'm not going to teach you TDD. I'm going to show you how TDD can help us in real-world applications, and it helped me before. So about me, I come from Israel. I actually come from my current office room, but it is in Israel. And I'm a consultant, and I work with people, and I train them about everything in software that can be done better. That includes writing software, testing software, writing requirements for software, agile development, DevOps, and so on. I'm the author of 2 books, which you see on the left, Everyday Unit Testing, which is about unit testing, and TDD as well. Second one is being written right now. It's for the Java people, which are not you, but if you want to see what's happening on the other side, Everyday Spring Testing as well. I also do webinars monthly. Next time it's going to be like on API testing with Postman, so cool stuff. Other than that, you can find me on the internet, on Twitter, on everything. Go to testingguild.com or everydayunittesting.com, and you'll find me.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So.
Okay, I let you.
Okay, so let's talk TDD. Whenever you see TDD, you see something like that. It's sort of a circle or a cycle or something like that called red-green refactor. And red means that you try to write a test, fails, green make it work, refactor. I'm going to show you a bit of an example. This is the Java version, but I'm sure you'll be able to translate in your mind. So when I write the test first, I get the squiggly lines under it, meaning there's no calculator class at all. When I fill in the code, squiggly lines are gone. But then if I look at the parameters, I and j, I said they're not readable enough. Let's try to make them better. Make them first number and second number. That's a refactoring part. And everybody who's looked up TDD probably seen something like that. And everybody, and almost everybody, who tried to do it in real life says, well, it's nothing like the examples here. So people will tell you, well, it is that easy. It's not that they're lying. It's not that easy, though. It can be a bit a problem because the things that are happening in the real world that are different. First of all, you see the examples like 4 lines of code. Who writes code like that, right? Or not people with a fetish about calculators, like myself, will do that. A lot of the code that we write, I'm going to show you examples, and especially later on with the TDD, the API with .NET Core. We write a lot less code than actually runs because we got lots of dependencies that we need to deal with. .NET. .NET is excellent, saves us a lot of time, gives us a lot of services, can't run anything without it. So it's a dependency, right? We don't notice it, but sometimes it creates some kind of problems. The things that we need to provide really cost us in time. I'll talk about that in a minute. So if I need to talk to a dependency like a database, I need to supply it. So it's no longer a calculator that doesn't that works independently. And when you try to do this kind of things, so you try to add some code, some tests, and then change the code, you feel that the code is resisting. It's not like it's working with you; it kind of work against you, and it makes perfect sense. Why? Because you, as a collective, you have been writing. You've been writing code without tests. That means it's not testable for a while now. We're talking about years and years of stuff like that. So introducing TDD on not untestable code, not testable code is a challenge because you need to move stuff. There are a lot of things that get in your way. And then we have a dilemma. Because if we want to do to write tests for that and use TDD, we might need to change the code. So maybe expose stuff from private to public, maybe move code to another piece of code in order to make it testable. But changing code without tests is risky. So the whole starting point becomes a problem. I think the whole thing about testing and TDD and clean code, which I also talk about a lot, it really is about time. So when we're talking about adding tests or making code readable or refactoring, we're actually trying to think about time, our future time, our respecting time. We want to move on to new features. And if we write tests today and a test will fail tomorrow or next year, it will shorten the time until we fix something. And therefore, then, in a year from now, we can actually move to another thing. So everything that we do about quality, it's not really about quality. Quality matters, and it really matters for us that something that will actually work, also a source of pride for us. But eventually, when we're trying to put things in perspective of what you actually want there in terms of quality, we're actually thinking about when we actually know something is wrong, shorten the time in order to fix it. And thinking about, and TDD does that a lot if it's in place. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is the principle. I'm going to take TDD apart and talk about what you can do. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples that the principles of TDD help you do on your code today. And the first thing you need to do, especially if you're adding tests to something that is working for a while, is you need to know what to expect. And if you've written tests before, what is the assert? Now, it may you may find it, well, don't you know? Well, it depends where you're testing from. So if you had like APIs, published APIs, and you know that if you put in 1 and 1 in our calculator, you expect 2 to come out. But if you're writing unit tests or fixing something inside the code, you may not know that. So a module inside the code, a class behind a logical class that you put something in, what is the output? Now, if you had tests, you'd know. So when you do that, you need to think about what's going to happen here, how well do I know that, and put at least tests in place, and I'm going to show you how, that check that at least the way it works right now actually works. Then obviously you're going to add tests. And we're talking TDD, so test before the code. And we might need to do some pre-refactoring, post-refactoring as well. And that means I need to change the code in order to make the code pass the test. I'll show you the example. And yeah, we know that pre-refactoring, which means refactoring before I write the test in, is risky. I'm changing the code before I have tests to prove that it works. But also changing the code without editing any tests is risky. So minimize risk always, but think about the benefit. The benefit is having a code that is tested. And unlike where you are right now, because you're considering adding tests.
Jill, can I ask a question for the new developer? What is refactoring a code?
Okay, so refactoring basically is changing the structure of code without changing the functionality. So if you rename a class or a variable, you're refactoring. Okay. Nothing has changed in terms of running, but the code becomes either more or less readable. Right. Other things you can refactor is to extract a function. I'm going to show examples as well. Exactly. Like take a piece of code, put it in another method and give it a name. And you've basically achieved a couple of things. The calling method is shorter now. You've given a meaning to what the bit of code that you extracted out, and you can keep it within the class or put it in another class. So there are a lot of refactoring patterns that you can use, that you can make things better or worse, because refactoring, think about when we do it, think about improving stuff. But you can always rename things back to X, and that's it. And then
if you rewrite the code, yes, let me give you an example. You have a function, and the function runs slowly, okay? And you decide to rewrite the code without changing the action that the function is doing. Is it refactoring or it's another thing?
It really depends on what you're after. So let's say you're replacing bubble sort with quicksort.
Right.
Quicksort is faster. The end result is the same.
Right.
Okay, so it depends on what you're actually after. If you're actually checking the performance has changed, and therefore you might be able to write a spec that the sorting would not take more than 10 milliseconds.
Great.
So is it refactoring? It's more rewriting, because you kind of change the functionality. But from the outside, it may look the same thing.
Right.
So,
okay. Sounds good.
Okay. So what am I talking about? Pre-refactoring, post-refactoring again. Post-refactoring is when I have a test and I change the code, the test still passes. And that is actually refactoring. This, I know exactly that the functionality before is the functionality now. Pre-refactoring is refactoring that I do before writing the tests. And like I said, I'm going to jump into the code and show you examples. And it's a bit risky, because at this point we think that we're not changing, or we think that functionality hasn't changed. And sometimes we're basically sure that it doesn't, because either Visual Studio will do this for us, or with renaming stuff all over with the find with Control H and Control Shift F, and it will actually work. And we do that all the time. Kind of, we're pretty sure of what we're doing is not problematic. Most of the time, it isn't problematic. Okay. But without any tests, we don't know. And we continue to do that, adding tests, adding code, and refactoring, and that's basically TDD.
Yep.
So I'm going to show you a couple of examples of scenarios where the principles of TDD apply. The first one would be adding a bug fix, and the second one adding a feature. And how it looks like in terms of principles of TDD. I do have a fetish for calculators. This is
the
an old
calculator.
Yeah. I hope no one uses this one. But our application that I'm going to show you is basically a calculator that you can press keys on like this, and checks what the display is. Okay, and if you've lived in the 90s and used calculators like this, you know that they have this kind of logic about the display. So, for example, if I press 0, 2, it will only present 2. Okay, because it's smart. It knows how not to put the 0 in.
Right.
But if I write 2 plus 3, unlike modern application, it will just show 3. Okay, so there's a logic in there of what to display, and the calculator I'm going to show you has this kind of partial implementation. Yeah, so let's talk about. I'm going to switch to Visual Studio. Visual Studio, where are you? Okay, so I'm going to go with a bit of a couple of steps. Just do this. Okay, so this is where we start. We have this, not this. we have the calculator. So this is the calculator. Like I said, it's a class, has a press method, gets a string. Very ugly code. Very, very ugly. I use this in the workshops I do about clean code and testing. This is very nice for exercises. But yeah, it's very. You see, it's a lot of if and else if. If you try to do something about it, it's very risky. And it has a get displayed method, and that's basically it. It also has an enum of operation type that supports only plus and div, and also some kind of equal implementation. Okay. Now, at the beginning, I don't have any tests for it. I'm starting from scratch now. And before I even start to do some bug fixes, I want to find out what it does. So what I'll do, I'm going to add tests. This is called characterization tests. Characterization tests are basically tests that tell you how the system is operating right now.
Okay.
Okay. You can
this
do
is
it.
The as-is test.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. So you can do it at the unit level. You can do it API level. You can do it end-to-end level. It doesn't matter. Verification test is not how you write the test. It's the type of test. And I'm going to do something like that. So the first one I'm going to do is do something like this. So my test basically creates the calculator and checks it. The calculator at the beginning shows 0.
Yeah.
And then if I press 3, it should press 3, not 0, 3. Now, this is excellent. It runs, obviously. And I can start changing the code right now, only it's not a lot of tests. So I want to do more. So I've written a suite of tests. You can see here that I've run a lot of things on it. So I put all the things that succeed in this test method, and all the things that failed in this test method. Okay, and you see the green and the red already working. I also put something that I expected something else that I might want to check later, but at this point it's passing. So a characterization test, and I'm basically what the pressing method is. I refactored that into a method. It's basically pressing C, which is reset. It's like 0, and goes over all the Sorry?
Okay, go.
The press C brings it to 0, so I can run each line like from scratch. Taking all the strings that I give it here, it translates it into press, because press gets on a character as a string, and sends it, and then gets the display, and then should show basically takes what the result is and compares it. So this is like a very readable set of characterization tests. At start basically does, where's the at start, gets the display. So I just given it a few readable methods, and now all these things pass, all these things fail.
Jill, can you go to the implementation of pressing function?
Absolutely, it's here.
Great.
C class.
Okay.
So I'm pressing C, which brings it to 0, and then I iterate over all the characters in the strings in the test. Okay, it just makes it easier for me to write more and more tests. So this will send 6, div, 3, and equal to the calculator, and finally we'll get the display, and we'll return that. It actually returns, it stores it here.
Yeah.
And then the should show looks at this. It's a fluent interface. It's called a pattern. And makes it easier to write a lot of repeating stuff. Yep. And in this case, I'm writing a lot of verification tests, so I want to find out what works and what doesn't. So what I know now, these things is a behavior I want to make sure it still works. Okay? Because it worked before, I don't want to break anything.
Yeah.
So this will follow me for the next steps as well. The failures will not. Although what I'm going to do is concentrate on fixing this bug. So this is a scenario when actually introduced to your system, I want to make it better, try to see how it works. Characterization test is how you do that. And these are manual things. I've written the test, the automated tests, but I've written them manually myself because I try to look what I'm sending something in, see what comes out. If it makes sense to me, I put them in the successes part. If not, I put them in the failures part. Okay, and these might be the things that I expect to work, but don't. And now I'm going to move on to the bug fix, and the bug fix, I'm going to concentrate on these things. So I'm starting out pressing plus, I expect to see 0. Currently, if I run this test, yeah, it actually ran it. Let's see where the TDD, yeah, this is where we are. Failures. This is where Test Explorer sucks. Doesn't show you what I actually want to show you. So we got an error. Input string was not in correct font. So this is a system exception. There's a problem, which I'm going to show you soon, how I'm going to fix it. So this is a problem. This is a bug I want to fix. Next step. So the next step actually is a multiple step. First, I'm going to write the test. So let's look at what I have. This is the old calculator. I haven't touched it yet. These are the characterization tests I collected. Only the successes. I want to preserve this behavior. The failures are not here. And I've written a bug fix test, which I copied, by the way, the should show and pressing, because I want to keep that thing working. But this is a whole new unit. I know some people say, why are you duplicating code? Don't worry. I'll come to that. But currently, this is the test I'm trying to pass. And obviously, see the red dot here because I read it before. It doesn't. There's a bug, as we've seen. So I have a failing test. Let's make sure the bug fix works. So let's go into the calculator. And you'll see that, let me show you the before. The before says like that. I'm pressing plus. And what happens is the display is still nothing. It's just an empty string. When you try to pass an empty string, it goes boom. So that's the problem. TDD tells us, well, first of all, don't make it pretty, make the test pass. So in order to make the test pass, I will add another check here. So if I press equals and then I check that the display is not 0, it will not go in and will not go boom. So if I run my tests by bug fix now, I'm going to run this test. Where are you? Here we are. The test passes. So now I have a bug fix because I fixed the bug. Cool. Only I look at the code, you see that this pattern repeats itself, right? So it's here and it's here. And I see that it's going to go boom in these places as well. Okay? So I say, okay, we're going to fix a bug. We're going to fix the bug in a smart way. In a smart way, that means that doing a better fix. I'm going to add a couple more tests. I've identified the scenarios where actually going to go boom, and I want to make sure that all 3 of them, pressing the plus, the div, and the equals, still work. At this point, with the code I showed you before, only this thing works. So I'm going to add the checks as well. Here for the plus, here for the div, and here for the display. At this point, our better fix bug fixes, going to run all of them. See the green stuff here, they work, all 3 of them. I'm always trying, and I don't do that right now because I'm running just a test that I see. I always run all the tests, so a characterization test always needs to run as well to see that I haven't broken anything. And trust me, they're working. Okay, Now I fixed the bug, but as we've seen, where have we seen it? Yeah, this is kind of ugly, right? I had more operations here. I'm going to repeat that. I need to do a bit of refactoring. So let's do a bit of refactoring. I'm going to close the tabs because it's starting to become noisy. Okay, so next up is to refactor. I'm going to make the calculator a bit better. So what I can do is take this check and the parsing and put them in a method. So it will look like this. This looks like the early check from before, only this time the setting of last argument goes in a parse key number. This is a method I created here. Basically, it checks that it is not an empty string. If it does, it returns a 0. Otherwise, it does the parsing. So it looks like before, but the duplication that I've added is no longer there. And that's cool. I could actually do more than that, which I will in a second. But at this point, it's probably good enough because I haven't done too much damage. I fixed the bug. Code is a bit better, and I need to move on to my next task. But before I do that, I'll do something else. I'm going to look at the tests. So let's look at a test. Remember, we had some kind of duplication here. Characterization tests, they look like that. I haven't touched them. So we have the pressing and the add start and the should show. But remember, I also put them here. So I will not need to duplicate stuff because I wanted my tests to use the same pattern. So obviously, this duplication between tests is also not very good. Let's try to put them together. So the next step would be the final one for this thing is to refactor the tests. What I did, it's an option. It's a way to do this. So I created the best calculator tests, put the calc and the result here, move the pressing. What I actually did in refactoring terms is called move method. I moved it between classes and actually pulled up. If you're actually going to be very pretty fine here, because I'm actually creating a base class that my tests are going to inherit. So the pressing, add start, and should show are going to be here. The characterization tests now just inherit from base class test, and they get all the cool features from the base class. And I don't see any noise here, just what I want to see. This is very cool. I also did another thing in the bug fix tests. Now they also inherit from that. So again, what I get is just the tests themselves. I also did a bit of renaming. Now I call it the calculator start tests. Just rename the class. And now I have a better group name for the test, and therefore my test names can be better, because before they looked like this. When pressing div add start should show 0. When pressing equal add start should show 0. Now they all begin at the start. So our calculator start tests now have a shortener. When pressing operation should show 0. When pressing div should show 0, and so on. This is the bug fixing part. And I know it looks simple, but these are the steps that I think, like, from something like 15 years ago, when I've been told about do this, write a test first and then fix a bug. This is something you can do today. This is test first 101. Write a test, understand what you're trying to see, the expected results. What they didn't tell about 15 years ago was do the characterization tests. Write tests that capture the behavior of the current system. So this is something they can do today. But now I'm going to jump into adding a feature. So let's see what kind of functionality we want to add. So the first thing I'm going to do was tell you what functionality we're going to add. And this is going to be simple because remember our characterization test. We actually want to do, no, not a characterization test, we want to do a bug fix test. we want to add implementation for the minus part. And this kind of thing, we want to add functionality supporting the minus as well as plus and div, and capture this this functionality that it should still show 0 if I press it at the beginning. Obviously, this is a very simple thing, but this is don't have a lot of time for it. But again, this example will show you the steps I'm taking in order to do that. So the first thing I'm going to do is take a look at our calculator as it is. So S0 is where we left off. This is the calculator that we have. And you can look at the code and see that if you add minus, then you add multiply, and you do all kinds of things, we'll have to duplicate a lot of code, like we showed you in the bug fix. So we can do that, or we can do some pre-refactoring. This is a bit of a cheat. Why? Because I already have all the tests that I have passing. So every step that I do, I will run the tests and make sure that they are passing. It's not a real cheat because they tell me the system hasn't broken. I'm not adding functionality. Remember that if you add functionality and one of the tests break, you don't know what it's because the refactoring or because you added some code. So we're going to go through a couple of patterns of refactoring, and we'll get to a better point to add the code that we need. So the first thing we'll look at this code. First of all, there's something called the code smell. Code smells are basically patterns in the code that you say, well, something doesn't smell right here. You can translate that if I need to change this code, it's going to be a mess. If I don't have tests, there's probably going to be a mess. If there are tests and I break something to make it more readable, something probably will break. So code smells basically patterns in the code that tells you, well, the code may be working, but it's not optimized for adding functionality or understanding it. So what you see here, all the if, else, if, else, if, else, if, is something called an arrow code, because the code looks like this. Okay, goes. And this is a very small arrow. I've seen like very large ones. And what is the problem with that? The more ifs and conditionals we have, and you want to try to fix something, you might hit the wrong branch and stuff like that. So the more flat the code, we understand it better because our code, our minds, our brains work like line by line. This is how we interpret code, like an interpreter. And it makes sense, and we'll do a lot less errors when we do that. So I want to squish this arrow into something more manageable. And the first thing is this. So if you look at this, you'll see that if I press C and display set the display to none, this is where actually, following this line here, I exit the method. So instead of that, I can do something called adding a guard clause, and it looks like that. Instead of if else, I'll do an if return, and it looks like this. If it equals C, set the display to 0 and return from the function. And then the else here disappears, because if I went into the if, I just return. I never go into the else. And then don't need the else here. So all the arrow just shifted a bit to the left, which is great. I want this line to be the main thing, not all the other thing. So this is a guard clause. You can use that for validations a lot. Most functions work like that, right? You validate something. If it's not validated, you go out. So if you have like if else's, using guard clauses is a good way to get rid of this. This is running with a test that I already have. Small step. Now let's think about the other thing. The other thing is like I'm using the plus and the div and the equals, and I'm looking forward to add something with the minus. So something screams at me, yeah, let's do a switch, right? So I'm going to refactor, and this is not something that Visual Studio will do for you. I think we have something in Eclipse, in Java that does that, but it's too smarter for its own good. As long as you have like different conditions, like with not and equals and stuff like that, it's going to be very risky. So do it by hand. And then, so when we do the switch, it goes from ifs like that to something like this. So switch key, and I don't move the code, and I don't jump between things. I just now change the if else's to cases, and it looks the same thing. Although it's staring me in the face, there's something that's duplicated. I know, I put it there, but I'm not jumping 2 steps at a time. Next one is to extract this bit of code, which looks almost exactly, only with different operation. That's the op extract. And now my code looks like this. I created a handle op key that gets the operation and does exactly the same 3 lines of code here. So now adding the minus would be very easy. I'm just going to add another case. Only I'm not going to do that immediately because I need to add a test first. So where's my test? So number after minus should still display. Sorry, that's the minus, and it has the same thing. It's not just it's going to have the same behavior with plus and minus. So plus actually works, and I haven't showed you that. This is characterization test. This is exactly like this thing. So an operation after a number should show just a number. It doesn't show 3 plus, it shows 3. So we want the same behavior with the minus. So this is an example. 9 minus should show 9. I don't have support for minus, so I'll need to add that. And I need to add the code. So obviously this needs to go here in the enum because it wasn't there before. But in the calculator, it's much easier to add this thing. It's not duplicating code. It's not thinking about where to put the duplicated code if it's right in the tree. We've created enough structure, enough simple structure to add this. And obviously this works. You'll see the tests running. Run this just to make sure that it does work. It's here. And now I have this thing and basically all the tests here run. So the characterization test, the start tests, and so on are working correctly. What's left is to do a bit of refactoring. Now, I haven't, where's my calculator? There's not much point in refactoring this. This looks okay, but still this remains. And it's kind of hurts me in the eye to see that, because we're speaking 2 different languages now. This is the semantic thing, handle op key, but this is like the implementation distance. So I want to hide these as well and speak the same language.
Implementation.
Yeah. So I'll extract these into methods. And now it looks like this. So the plus, minus, and div look like this. And I extracted the code to handle equals and handle numbers, because I see the default thing in the switch, actually, although it doesn't say so, was the handle numbers, this part should be the same for all the numbers. Actually, it shouldn't be for 0, but the current implementations 1 to 9 is okay. So I'm doing handle numbers. And now look at my press method. First of all, it fits on the screen. Second, I can maybe do something about this. But other than that, I have handle op key, handle equals, and handle numbers. This is a very good structure, so when I'm going to add other functionalities as well, I know where to put them in. And the handling of that in the future, when I'm going to add this functionality, it's going to be less error prone, and because I always have tests that I've already collected. and I know where to add the code and I've functions that already handles some of the generic stuff for me, because I know that for multiplication, I will still need at least the current behavior that I have for the other operator keys. So it will be easier to do that as well. Obviously, I'm going to add a test before that. And these are examples how you can take the principles of TDD and apply them to adding, not just doing the development in TDD, but fixing bugs and adding implementation by using test first and refactoring and collecting tests on the way. I'm going to switch back to my
presentation.
The presentation is back and the building is still falling. Okay, so to finish up, to summarize stuff. What did we do? So we took a couple of steps, but the thinking behind it is very important. We want to minimize risk. When we're working with code that doesn't have any tests, and we want to add tests for that, we're doing a couple of things. First of all, we're adding the tests, so we want to minimize the risks that in the future, if something breaks, we won't know a thing about it. So that's obviously why we're adding tests. But as we're adding tests, we're having all kinds of problems because currently we don't have any tests, and there are risks when we're moving code around. So we did a couple of things here. First of all, we added the characterization tests. So they capture the current behavior, so we will know how things are working right now. And we did very small steps, very, very, very small steps, and made sure things are still working. Adding the guard clause was simple enough. We had tested, we proved us that things were working before, but also if you take someone to review your code, they'll say, that's okay. It makes sense to you, plus Visual Studio might do that for you, or at least ReSharper. Switching between the ifs and the switch, a bit more risky. Here we relied on the test that we already have. Our brains that tell us the switch should look like this, but also it's very important at this point to review the code changes and the tests. And then we added the test and moving on. So this is minimizing risk. We always need to think about small steps that we can trust in order not to break whatever exists already. Then when we have the test, go wild. Yeah, when we have tests around the code, we can do whatever we want because we're actually refactoring. Refactoring is changing the code without changing functionality. Only the tests tell us that we're actually not changing functionality. Our eyes lie to us. So when we have this, we can actually change a lot of the code. And remember to clean up all the time. Once the code actually does what it needs to do, and we edit it, always clean it up. Always there's something called the Boy Scout rule from the Boy Scouts youth group. Always leave the camp better than you found it, without burning things up. So always clean the code. Whatever you clean, even if you've written it, if you've written it yesterday, if you've written it like 3 years ago, or somebody else gave you that code because that's their legacy, clean up for either future you or somebody else. And this is the cycle. This is how you can apply TDD principles. If you're not doing proper TDD, like this is like the Bible of TDD, same principles apply. Write a test or fix a bug, or write a test, fix the bug or add functionality, refactor, and do it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I actually worked I think 2 years of my life in a team that most of the code was written with TDD, like production code, not calculators like this. So it is possible to do. And that's basically it. There's a lot of information where to get in touch with me. But I want to thank you. And if you're going to join me a few hours from now, I'm going to show you how to 2DD an actual API with .NET Core. But if you have any questions, that would be the time. Thank you very much.
You're muted. Look here. He's muted.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm going to stop sharing right now, I think. So, if you have questions, I'm here. If not, I'm not here.
Look here. You're muted. He's trying to talk.
Gary, I think you're muted.
Unmute. Unmute. No, you're muted on the on StreamYard.
Sorry. Sorry, I made okay. I was said that we have some congratulations. Okay. Some guys saying that it's clear, it's nice. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. It seemed that it's very clear for them. No question, any question. We can perhaps give you the floor for your last word and your last advice.
Okay. So if everything is understood, you can start writing TDD from this day on forward and just do that. Last word. Like I said, sometimes TDD looks like the examples don't fit our the code that we've written so far, but the principles apply. In this next session I'm going to show is actual building an API, a REST API with this, which looks like again, TDD is something that's taken mostly from unit testing world, and you say, well, how does this apply? It can apply there too, and I'm going to show you that in 20 steps. So this was like a short one.
Okay, thank you to Jill. Welcome to Steve. Steve, we give you the floor to present yourself.
All right. I mean, you want me to just start now?
Yep.
A bit early. Yeah, I can get started. As soon as I find my slides on here.
Good.
So I'm going to be giving 2 talks today, and I don't know. Did you get my email yesterday, Laguerre?
Yes. If you want, I can. I let you share. You want to share?
Yeah. So I'm going to give this talk live, and the other one is pre-recorded.
Okay.
And I'll be on board for that, but we got to get on the road, and I have a very small baby, so.
Good.
All right. Cool. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So I guess I'll just get started, or you want me to tell you about myself a little bit, or?
No, you can introduce yourself and start.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, I'm Steve Lorello. I am the .NET developer advocate at Redis. Been a .NET developer for about 8 years now. I got my start working on the global positioning system, like GPS, if you've ever heard of that, the actual satellite. It's not like a receiver or anything. I also worked in a bunch of air traffic control systems, and now I basically work on some library development for Redis, and I've worked on other libraries and stuff like that. But yeah, so if you want, I can just get started. Sound good? I'm taking these silence to be a non-objection. So, like I said, I am Steve Lorello, and I'm going to be talking to you all today about indexing, searching, and aggregation with Redis using Redis Search and .NET. So, before I give a talk, I usually like to give a little bit of an agenda of what I'm going to be going over. First, we're going to be just doing a brief introduction to what Redis is. I suspect many folks watching us have heard of Redis, but just in case, like we'll certainly just go over like sort of exactly what it is. Then we're going to be talking about some of the data structures that are available in Redis, and the reason we're going to be talking about those is because it's going to lead us into sort of having a solid understanding of how secondary indices have traditionally been built in Redis, and then after we've gone over secondary indices with just traditional Redis, we're going to be looking at a plugin for Redis, a module for Redis called Redis Search, and how secondary indices have sort of changed in Redis over the last few years. And then we're going to be talking about writing queries in Redis, actually trying to find things. And then we're going to be talking about building aggregation pipelines for Redis. And towards the end, I have a little bit of a preview for you using some demo code for a library that we're actually sort of soft releasing now. So it'll be actually interesting to have some people actually see it. So what is Redis? Redis is a NoSQL database. It's I think the couple distinguishing features of it are that it's completely in memory. So everything that you load in Redis is in memory. You can persist stuff to your disk with some configuration parameters, but the actual database is all stored in memory. Fundamentally, Redis is a key value store. So essentially, if you store data in Redis, you give Redis a key where it's going to store the data. And then when you go to retrieve data from Redis, you take that key and give it to Redis, and Redis gives you something back based off of what the data structure that you're using for that key is and what commands that you're interfacing with Redis are. Because it's not just a flat key value store, though, it has other data structures, it is really a multimodal database, and that it enables you to do quite a lot. And I think the two distinguishing features of Redis that people really like, and Redis is, I think, the most beloved of the NoSQL databases out there. And those two features are that it's really fast and that it's very simple to use, at least the basic level of it, which most people use, is really simple. So some Redis data structures. There's 5 that we're going to be looking at right now. There are strings, sets, sorted sets, hashes, and JSON. So strings, essentially you have a single key that retrieves a single value in Redis. And that value can further be encoded to different sub data types. For example, you could have strings encoded as numerics. You could have strings encoded as actual strings. And this is definitely the most basic data type available in Redis. It's just a simple set foo bar, and then get foo bar is the corresponding command to get the data back from Redis. So if you have a Redis server, you connect to it and you can set and get strings. And I think most people who have used Redis, Redis's primary use cases as a cache, most people who've used Redis have never really had to look beyond the set and get commands that are available for strings. And that's sort of the beauty and simplicity of Redis, is that you have this simple data structure here. You can get and set a lot of things. And honestly, as we move through this, we're going to see some other data structures and how they can be used to actually provide you some real neat performance when it comes to indexing things in Redis. Sets are essentially an arithmetic set of strings in Redis. They're unordered, so it's an unordered collection of strings that guarantees that there will be no duplication in the set. So mathematical sets have set operations like intersections, differences, and unions, and Redis sets are no different. You can perform these set operations between sets in Redis. Sorted sets are essentially ordered sets. They're very similar to the mathematical sets we were just talking about, except you provide them a score and essentially a score and a actual element that it is that it's at, and there are no duplicate members in a sorted set as well. If you add two similar members that are the same but have different scores, those scores are essentially aggregated together based off of how you've configured it to add them together. You can order sorted sets by their score, by their rank within the set, and also if you give two members of a set the same score, they have a lexicography. So if you look in this example right here, this is actually a secondary index that you can create in Redis. You just do this z-add command. The z is like saying that this is a sorted set. You're adding to the sorted set. And then this person:\age sorted set is essentially where you're going to be storing the ages of maybe people that you have inserted into Redis. And so you have person:1, their age is 32, person:2, their age is 45. So essentially you have a score and the IDs that are associated with them. And so if you wanted to find all of the people that are 32, you can essentially do a Z range by score and get the age, or get the people that are age 32. So hashes are sort of where Redis diverges from just being a cache into more of something like a document store, in that you can actually store field value pairs that are tied to a single key inside of a Redis hash. So you can do like an H set person:1, and you can store the age of the person, so like 32, and the first name of the person, so like Steve. And then you can either get single key value pair or field value pairs out of this object, or you can get them all at the same time, and essentially accumulate the entire object back in from Redis. And finally, JSON is another another object storage path that you could take. You can access things in JSON data structure through the JSON path, and you can update them through the JSON path. Now, JSON is unique of these 5 data structures in that it's actually a product of a Redis module, Redis JSON, that is available under source available rather than completely totally open source licensing. So I'll just actually sort of show a bunch of this stuff. So if I wanted to start a Redis server, zooming out of the wrong thing, it's actually really easy to get up and running with Redis. So I could do a docker run -p 6379:6379, and I could just, I'm going to start actually Redis JSON, which has all the stuff that I'm going to need for this demo. Redis labs/REJSON. So that starts up the Redis server, and then I can open the Redis CLI. And if I wanted to, let's look at the various data structures that we looked at so far. So I can do it set foo bar, and then if I get foo, that brings back bar for me. If I wanted to set person:name:Steve, person:1, and then get all the people that are named Steve, I can just do, I'm sorry, I have to do sadd. Then I can, so I just did this sadd to add essentially to the people named Steve, person:1. I can do an as members. Oh, as members, not is members. There we go. You get all the people that are named Steve. Now, with sets, I can essentially do like a Z add person age 32, person 1, person or 45, person 2. Then I can just do like a Z range by score, person, colon, age. Um, 31 to 34, and that'll just get me the people that are between 31 and 34, or I could do 32, 32. That'll just get me all the people that are 32. And then with the other data structures like each set, if I actually want to set up the person 1, I can do person 1, age is 32, first name is Steve. And if I can either get person 1's age or their name with an H get, or I could just do an H get all, and that would get me all the records back from Steve. And then for essentially person 2, if we want to store that in JSON, we can do JSON.set person 1 period for the actual path, which is the root path, and then I can pass in first name, Steve, age 32, and this is going to give me, oh no, it's not going to give me an error. So I could just do a JSON.get person 1. Oh, because I misspelled JSON. You can see that it gives me everything back. So those are just some of those data structures that you get started with. Now, I know we've looked at those.
And Steve, also you get the IntelliSense.
What'd you say?
I've seen the IntelliSense when you are typing some code.
The IntelliSense? Oh yeah. That's actually a feature of the Redis CLI.
Okay.
So like if you give it a command, like so, if I gave it set, it tells me, oh, these are the arguments that you can pass to me. And so like key and value are like required arguments in here.
Exactly.
And then like the things inside of brackets are arguments that aren't required, but you can give it. So if I wanted to say set foo bar and I wanted to expire it after 5 seconds, I could. And so if I get food now, it's still there. But if I get it like 5 seconds later, it becomes nil because it times out. And that's actually all part of like the cool caching stuff that Redis does.
Sounds good.
So anyway, the next topic in this is actually finding stuff in Redis, which is sort of getting at the core of what I want to talk about in this talk. So you can't just search for things in Redis, right? So a common thing to do in a SQL database would be to say like select star from people where first name equals Steve, or select star from people where age is less than 35. So you can't actually do that in Redis unless you build a secondary index. So a secondary index is just an efficient way to find items in the primary index. And in Redis's case, your primary index are the keys that you're storing things at. So all secondary indices are explicitly declared in Redis, and they need to be separate. And in Redis, traditionally, they've needed to be separately maintained and updated. So a secondary index in Redis vanilla, we've like just a regular Redis. We've actually gotten at some of these already. So like an exact match for text is usually stored in like unsorted set. An exact match for a number. So like if you wanted to say, oh, how many people are exactly 32? That's also stored. That also can be stored in a just a regular set. Numerics that are sorted that you want to actually order or do range queries on, those are traditionally stored in sorted sets. And then full text like search. If you want to search through a string, that's also usually stored in a sorted set. So, for example, this set down here, like I showed you before, are all the people named Steve. So you have the key name be the type of object, the field in that object, and the value of that field. And in this case, this set is just a set of us with a single member in it called person one. And so, yeah, and another example is the age sorted set that we looked at before, where person : age contains the ID of all the people with ages and essentially the score, which is the age that they are. And you can do these sort of queries on them to find things in Redis. So for an exact match, you store your data in like a hash, okay? So that's the age set, person : 1, age is 32, name is Steve, first name is Steve. And then for each index field, you take the index name, the field, and you set it to the value to create a set. And then you query the set for the index : name : value, and then query the hashes for the result. So if you want to run more complicated queries, you use like set operations to combine them. So like, say I want to find, so say I didn't, let me just flush the database out. Say I did an age set, person : 1, first name Steve, last name Morello. And I wanted to find all the people who are named Steve Morello. So I can do an sadd person : first name : Steve, person : 1, and then same thing but with last name. I would then just do an senter between these two sets. An intersection are all the overlapping keys or all the overlapping members between these two sets. And that comes out to person 1. So if you want to actually get more interesting with these queries, you can use these set operations like senter. There's also a zenter and all of those. And then just to close the loop on this, after you get the people that are named Steve Lorella, you just do an get all. That would give you essentially all the values in the object back. So range queries for numerics, you essentially use sorted sets to store scores for particular fields. And then you can use those scores for range queries. So the pros of OSS Redis indexing are that this can be done on any Redis database. So like any vanilla off-the-shelf implementation of Redis that you find. And Redis is a broad community with lots of providers and lots of people using it. And you can just roll it out of Docker, or you can even build it from source and use it wherever you want. And you can do this in any of those instances. And you have total control over what you do and don't index. And it is excellent for job security because this is a modeling with data modeling with this is sort of complicated. And that actually leads us to our first con, which is that it's complicated. And also it's virtually impossible to scale the database horizontally and maintain atomicity when you're updating data. And that's because when you go to update a record in Redis, you also have to go to all the secondary indices that are associated with that update. And if you've horizontally scaled Redis, so you have multiple shards, you can only run commands against keys on a single shard at a time. And there's no atomicity guarantees if you're going cross-shard. So the big problem is that, like, if you update a person's last name or first name from Steve to Bob, you have to then go into all of the you have to go into this set person colon name colon Bob and delete Steve, or delete the person's ID from there. And then you have to go into the set for person colon name colon Bob and add that person there. And the thing is, that's updating 3 keys, the original hash and the 2 sets that you have to update. And there's no guarantee that those 3 keys will be on the same shard. And so this all brings us to Redis search. So what is Redis search? Well, Redis search is a module maintained by Redis that allows you to define the schema of an index. And Redis will just take care of indexing everything for you. It allows you to automatically index your data and provides you sort of full text search capabilities, as well as providing the ability to do like geo-filtering, and allows you to index automatically and have your indexes maintained across shards. There's a coordinator that actually does all of that for you. And like the Redis JSON module we talked about before, this is available off a source available license. So I'm not a lawyer, but the biggest restriction is that you just can't like spin up a SaaS provider that offers Redis search as a service. You can use it in your application. You can even build it from source and deploy it to your application for free. But if you want to actually use a SaaS provider that provides Redis search as a service, you have to come to us. We're Redis Sync. You have to use us. So to spin up Redis search, you can use this Docker command here. I actually use the REJSON command at the beginning of this, and that actually contains Redis search too, because you can actually index JSON documents now too. And now creating indices, you either declare an index on a hash or a JSON. So like you could say that this index is created for hashes or for JSON objects. Now, indices may be declared on prefixes. So for example, that person colon prefix before. And what that does is it tells Redis to only index those keys that are relevant to that particular type that you want to index. And now indices contain schema mapping fields to index types. And there are 4 index types. Tags, which are essentially exact matches, or they can also be used for faceted matches, because you can have you can delineate tags and have essentially a match if any one of the tags comes back true. There's text, which is full text search. Numeric, which is numeric indexing. And then there's geo-indexing, so you could actually index longitudes and latitudes. So querying, you query using the ft.search command, and the query syntax varies by data type. So like for tags, you have the @ symbol, field name, colon, and then you have the data that you're searching for. For text, you drop the braces around it and you just do @ field name, colon, search data. For geo, you call the geofilter subcommand, you pass in the name of the field that you want to filter to, the longitude, latitude, radius, and units. And then for numerics, you pass in the field name with the @ symbol ahead of it, and the lower and upper bounds that you want to look at. And then there's aggregations in Redis. Aggregations allow you to query data along the same line as you would do with standard querying. And it allows you to build pipelines to transform index data in Redis. And then you can group like items together and run reductions on them. And it allows you to filter data based off of the results of those aggregations as well. So a component of a aggregation is like an apply function, which is essentially a function that you're going to apply to all of the data in your pipeline. And you could use a variety of mathematical string and timestamp functions in here. And you can store the results of an apply function in a pipeline and use them later for reducing and for further apply functions. Group bys and reductions allows you to take all the records and group them together. And then group records can run reductions, can run reduction functions to combine them. For example, sum, average, standard deviation, etc. And group records can be returned or passed further down the pipeline. So I'm actually going to get into this little preview in a bit. The preview for this library that we're putting we just sort of soft released it this week. It's in our Redis GitHub repository or organization. You can come look at it. It basically allows you to declaratively index your objects. It provides a fluent API for searching and aggregation, and it provides an ORM, which we jokingly refer to as an object Redis mapper for mapping fields to hashes and JSON. So I'm going to pop out of here, and I'm going to
can you zoom smallly?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, that's good.
I'm going to create a new console application. .NET new console -n search. So I'm going to cd into test Redis search, and I'm going to do a .NET add package. This is this redis.om library. And if I'm going to open, it's in Rider. And when that chooses to open up, it can take some time sometimes. There we go. Trust it open. And open up this program file. And I'm going to start out by just using redis.home. And to actually get a connection to Redis, I will say for Redis provider equals new Redis provider or Redis connection provider. And I'm going to pass in a Redis URI, which is redis:// localhost :637. Now, I'm not going to go over how to actually create objects the old way. I will go over how to index the old way real quick. So I'm going to first create a class that I like to use for essentially demoing things, and that's the Muppet class. So my Muppet class is going to have a first name, a last name. I will give the Muppets a personal statement as well. And then it's going to have an int, which is age. And it's going to have a geolocation for their home location. Now that I've declared this class, I can go into my program.cs file. I'm going to get a connection to Redis by going into Redis provider.connection. And I have actually a few Muppets that I declared ahead of time. So I'm going to just import the Muppet class in here. And I have Kermit the Frog, Beaker, and I have Bunsen Honeydew all sort of ready to go in here. So now, if I want to set these three Muppets in Redis, with this library, all I need to do is call connection.set, and I'll pass in the Muppets. I'm actually going to flush the database every time. I'm going to be a good citizen here and just use async methods. just await all these. Now, with this done, this is going to create IDs for me that I can then use in my sets. So now I want to take Kermit and I want to create a secondary index for Kermit. Okay. So I'm going to call connection.execute async, and I want to create a secondary index for Muppet colon first name colon, and this key actually has to be named Kermit dot first name. And I'm going to do the same thing for, well, I actually have to pass in the command that I'm running, which is sadd, and I have to pass in Kermit's ID. And I'll do the same thing for Beaker and Bunton as well. So I've now added to these three, these three indexes, essentially the first name index has now been created for these three. So if I wanted to find if I want to find all the Muppets named Beaker, I can do that by first getting from this set right here. So I say await connection dot execute async, and I can do s members, and I can pass in essentially Muppet colon first name colon Beaker. So Beakers equals this to array I think I need to wrap this whole thing to array, and then I can just go through each of the Beakers. I can just do a console.writeLine Muppet to string, and that's just going to print the ID out for me. If I actually wanted to get the Muppet, actually I'm going to call this Muppet ID. If I actually want to get the Muppet, I could say for reconstituted Muppet equals connection.get Muppet ID. And that'll actually give me a Muppet. And I can just do a console.writeLine reconstituted Muppet first name. If I run this, I need to declare that as a document. That's why. Oops. I need to put a document annotation attribute on Muppets. You can see it got the ID that I created for this, and it got Beaker out of here. Now, if I want to find all of the Muppets that are either Beaker or Bunton.
Steve, why are you decorate the previous statement?
This one here?
Yeah, document, yeah.
So this document decoration over Muppet basically tells Redis that this is something that you can store in Redis.
Sounds good.
So yeah, so like that just makes it. Redis is like a brand new library that we just sort of put together, and it actually does some object mapping for you. So previously, you would have to store this in like a hash, and then like go through the hash and sort of like figure things out within it. But this actually gives you objects, which is nice.
Exact.
And so yeah, you can do that, and it does that. And if you want to find all the Baker's or Bunsons, you can do an S union between these two. Then you do the same thing. You'll see that it printed out Bunsen and Beaker this time. And that's because you can actually do set operations between them. But this is a very cumbersome way to sort of model your data. And the problem is when you go to update one of these Muppets, if you update their name or something, you have to go back in and you have to go into all the sets and update them as well. So this is, complicated and it doesn't scale particularly well. But there is an easier way to do this, actually, with Redis Home and Redis Search. So at this point now, I'm removing everything except for actually declaring the Muppets and setting them in Redis. If I wanted to actually index these fields in here, I can actually add attributes to them now to say I want the first name indexed. And then all I have to do is go in here and say connection.createIndex, and I pass in the type that I want to index. So now Muppets is going to have an index. And now, instead of going through the whole rigmarole of querying things inside of sets, I can just get this Redis collection. Redis collection of Muppets. And this Redis collection is an queryable now that I can query really easily. So we do it for each. I can actually do an ubiquitous for each. I can just do a where x dot first name equals Beaker. And that will actually get me Muppet's name Beaker. So I can just do a console.writeLine.
Last name.
And like that, Beaker comes back.
Beaker.
So you can actually see that Beaker came directly back out of this query right here. So the simple query becomes if you actually go into Redis and you do a clear, and then can you see this? It's like big enough. And if I run this again, you can actually see that it translated the link query here to what you were looking for.
To profile it.
What'd you say?
It's like a SQL Server profiler.
It's more like a entity framework. We would say is more what it's supposed to be like. That you actually model things, you store them in your database. But yeah, you can declare this on all of these.
Index.
So you say indexed, or if you want to do a full text search, if you want to search through
searchable
personal statements, you just declare it searchable. And now, if I go back in here, so this was all the Muppets named Beaker. If I want to find all the Muppets older than 43. It's just a matter of adjusting this query right here. To just have a regular Boolean query for older than 43 for this age. Now, I have declared that Beaker is 43 because he was introduced to the Muppet Show 43 years ago. Bunsen is 45 because he was introduced 45 years ago. And Kermit is 66 because he was introduced 66 years ago. So, I mean, I don't think this is actual canon within Muppets, but that's just what I'm going off. So, if I go into here now, you'll see that all the Muppets older than 43 are Bunsen and now you could also combine queries. You can also combine different predicates in here. So if I want to say all Muppets named either Beaker or Bunsen, I can just do dot first name equals Beaker or x dot first name equals Bunsen. Run that again. You'll see that Beaker and Bunsen both came out. And now that personal statement that I declared is searchable for, so that's this thing right here, that searchable personal statement. If I go back into my program, you'll see that I have personal statements set for both Beaker, Bunsen, and Kermit too. So if you want to find all of the scientists of the Muppets, you can just do a search for scientist in their personal statement. So all Muppet so instead of this saying x dot first name equals Beaker or x dot first name equals Bunsen, we do x dot personal statement equals scientist. How do I spell that? That spelling is awful. Equals scientist. And that will find all the scientists that are in that Muppets, that are Muppets, essentially. So another neat feature is the ability to do like geo-filtering. So like so all the Muppets live out in Hollywood, in my fake universe over here. I think they shoot the Muppets at Disney in Hollywood, so I don't think it's that far off. But if I wanted to find like a restaurant for them all to go to, and I wanted to say like, oh, I have a candidate restaurant, so Nobu's is a famous sushi restaurant in LA. I can say all Muppets within 10 miles of Nobu's. And instead of doing this where clause here, I can do a geo filter. And I just get the home location, which is the field that I want to do a geo filter on, and I can pass in Nobu dot longitude, Nobu dot latitude, and I can pass in the radius, which is going to be 10 miles. Now, all three of the Muppets are within 10 miles of Nobu's. But what if I wanted to constrict that search a little bit more? I look to 5 miles. So only Beaker and Bunsen are within 5 miles.
Right.
So like you can do a lot of really neat queries using Redis search, and in this case, Redis Home. And you can see that that's this special geolog data structure here.
Amazing.
And now the last thing I want to really talk about here are aggregations with Redis. So like aggregations are essentially pipelines that you can build to run operations on your data within Redis before it's even reported out to you. So the first thing you need to note, if you want to do an aggregation in Redis, it requires extra space in the index. So fields aren't aggregatable unless you tell them to be. So if I want to aggregate something, I can say aggregatable equals true. So I'm going to do that for these 4 fields, and I'll show you different aggregations that you can run. Okay, so I've set age, home location, first name, last name to aggregatable. So first, to get an aggregation set, you just do Redis provider.aggregation set Muppet. And then to actually build aggregations, you can do the same await for each var result in Muppet aggregations dot. And then there's different types of expressions that you can apply to this. So I can apply, say I wanted to combine the first and last names of all the Muppets. I can do a apply X, and this X is of the type aggregation result for the generic type of the aggregation set. I can do a string.format in here, and I can pass in 0, 1. String interpolation doesn't work with this, just string.format. And that's because of that's limited by the, the functions that are on the server side for Redis. But I could pass in the x.recordshell.firstName. And this record shell here is a little quirky. That's this quirky part of this. And that is a null reference within this aggregation set. So this is always going to be null once the aggregation set is materialized. But this is just to allow you to reference the object's properties in Redis. So you just do this x.recordshell, pass it the attribute that you want to add, and then you can do the same thing for x.recordshell.lastName. You can do first name. Oops. And then after this, you just tell it what you want the field to be aliased as. So full name is going to be the alias that's coming out of here. So I've taken this whole thing, and now it will not run this string.format on the client. It'll run it on the server, combine the strings together, and return them to you. So I could do a console.writeLine Muppet full name is result full name. And so you can index into this result using like a typical dictionary indexer. And what this will do is actually print out the full names of the Muppets that are in here. And so these apply functions can do all sorts of string formatting. They could operate on date times. They could operate on geolocations, and they can do all sorts of arithmetic operations too. So say I wanted to find the age of all the Muppets in 3 years. So I could do an await for each our result in Muppet aggregations dot apply x.recordshell.age plus 3. Now let's say that this is their age in 3 years. We're going to do a console.writeLine age in 3 years, result sub age in 3 years. And so you see that it went through, and again, this is all running server side. It's not doing this client side. And it adds 3 years to all the ages and replies to you what those ages are. And so you can run these apply functions on, like I said, strings. You can run them on numbers that you've stored in Redis. And you can even apply them on geolocation. So if I wanted to find the exact distance of all the Muppets from Nobu's, I could just do a for each var result in Muppet aggregations apply, and I can just do a aggregation functions I need to actually find what it says. That's not good. Oh, I think it might actually be apply functions. There we go. I apologize. Yeah, so it's like the actual function that you can use for applies. Geodistance, and I can pass in the Muppets home location and Nobu's, which is the geolocation too. And I was to say that this is the distance from Nobu's. And I can just do console.write line. Muppet is result sub Nobu's.
Awesome.
Meters from Nobu's. You'll see that it printed out how far they are away in meters. This geodistance only produces meters. I think you can probably run the conversions too if you wanted to express it in kilometers or something else. And then I think the last thing I'll show you is before I go is the way you can actually group things together and calculate summary statistics. Now, all of the Muppets have, they're all sort of unique. So group bias won't do that much, but you can do an weight for each or result in Muppet aggregations. Group by x dot record shell dot first name or last name. And then you can actually calculate summary statistics on these too. So you can just do like an average x dot record shell dot age. So you can find all the average ages for all of your Muppets of a certain type. So result, I think it's console.write line result average age is result sub age average. I think that's right. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, it just takes the average age of all those groups, or you could just compute the average age of all the Muppets. So you can just do a console.write line. Average age of Muppets is Muppet aggregations dot average x dot age result record shell dot age, and then I'll just give you the average age of all the Muppets, and you can also do other
Awesome.
Other summary stats like min, max. There's a standard deviation. So again, min, max, and it actually can calculate all this stuff for you. And this is all run on the server rather than actually having to run it offline. Yeah, so like that's about it. We did go over a fair amount, but
very good.
Again,
awesome.
Steve, you can follow me on Twitter at @Lorello. I'm a developer advocate at Redis. Some resources for this talk. Redis.io is where you can find all things Redis, Redis search. You can learn more about Redis search at redissearch.io. The Redis search Docker image is available at hub.docker.com/Redis labs/Redis search. And you can find Redis Ohm and GitHub in the Redis organization under redisohm.net. And if you want to learn more about Redis, we have a bunch of free classes that you can take at Redis University. So just come check us out at university.redis.com. And we also have a Discord server where you can come talk to us if you have any questions about Redis. So yeah, that is about it for what I have.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. It's amazing, and congratulations for your presentation. Let me check some questions. Okay, can we use entity from a core as ORM with Redis?
Say that again? Oh, no, you can't. So like Redis, so EF4 is that's I think primarily for SQL databases. Actually, one of the inspirations behind Redis OM was that it's not supported in Redis core, so I was jealous.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Second question: how to use Redis DB in .NET? But this is your demo. I think that is
yeah. So it's like it's the same thing. If you were going to use it in Blazor, I have 10 minutes, so I can sort of show you.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
So let me share again. Let me share my screen again. So I'll just do like CD. I'm gonna go in projects, and I'm gonna go into .NET Conf West Africa. And if I wanted to create a Blazor app, so let me zoom in on this. Obviously, I can just do new Blazor server. What is it? -n test Blazor server Redis. I'm not going to do anything complicated here, so I'm just going to use. I'm just going to use the canonical C# client for Redis, which is the stackexchange.redis client. And Redis OM is actually underpinned by this client. It's a really solidly built client for Redis called stackexchange.redis. So I'll CD into here, and I'm going to do a .NET add package stackexchange.redis.
Yeah, you can also use the NuGet package management to install all package. Yeah,
I just like it. I like the CLI so much better. Like in the last 40 years,
you're a geek.
So I'll trust and open this. I'm going to open this to a new window, and so to actually use Redis in Blazor, you would go into I think it's program file now. It's program.cs now. You don't even have to go into the startup anymore. And you can do like builder.services.add singleton. Now we're going to add a iConnection multiplexer, and I'm going to do connection multiplexer. Connect. Localhost, and then I can just go into like my Blazor page. So I'll just go into the index file, and I'll just do an inject.
The services.
Connection. Well, I'll do using first. Using stackexchange.redis.
Yeah.
I can inject an iConnection multiplexer in here. And then in my code section down here, I can, protected, override,
initialize,
async.
Yeah.
And if I wanted to so I'm going to do something really simple. So var db equals mux.get database, and I can just do like a db.string set. So this is going to be setting fluid bar, and then I'll just say private string result. Now it's a set result.
And you take the results.
db.set string get foo. And then I'll just say, hello world is the result you were expecting. And I'll just do a .NET run in here. And I'll open it up. Hello world is bar the results you were expecting. So, I mean, you just inject it like any other service into an ASP.NET Core. Super easy to use. That's just a quick hello world app. Is there any other questions?
I think that this last question was about the pricing or the licensing model, but you can quickly respond to.
Yeah. So like it depends, right? So Redis itself is completely free and open source software, so you can use it anywhere. And like Elasticache, we have Redis Enterprise, which is our product, MemoryDB, and there's a bunch of other providers that all provide Redis as a service if you want to use it. You can just use Redis and deploy it in your application for free. You bring your own software. And Redis Search, which is the module that we were looking at, is available under a source available license. So it's not exactly completely open source. Yeah. Essentially, the restriction is if you want to use it in your application for free, you're free to. You just can't provide the service of Redis Search in your application.
Okay.
You can use it for all of your other underpinning stuff. I can actually point you at the license, the Redis source available license. And I'm no lawyer, so don't quote me on any of this.
Exactly.
But essentially, it's just meant to protect us as developers of these modules from having RRP used by our competitors. But essentially, it's generally free if you want to do stuff with Redis. You just, in some larger scale applications, you might just want to
sounds good.
Not deal with it. And there is, if you go to app.redis labs or redis.com, there's actually there's a free tier for Redis too. So like,
okay.
If you want to create a database in the cloud, there's a free tier. It's up to 30 megabytes, and you can use the module if you want. So if you want to try it out.
Awesome. Thank you, Steve.
So my next talk is going to be recorded, and I think you'll play it at 9 my time, and then I'll call in at the end to answer any questions. Okay.
Sounds good. Thank you. Right. Okay, let us jump to our next speaker, Ron. Hello, Ron.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
Yes.
Your session will be men from Mars, women from Venus. Both can code .NET in Jupyter.
And welcome to Jupyter. I'm actually in Jupyter right now.
What an amazing subject. Okay, I will let you share your screen, present yourself, and go on. Thank you, Ron, for the presentation.
You're welcome.
You have the floor.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Ron Dagdag. Today, I will be talking about men from Mars, women from Venus, both can code .NET in Jupyter. I know it's a play of words, but we'll have fun on this one.
Good. But before you start, Ron, I have visited your profile on, let me check. It's about somewhere where you hack some devices, you code. Mm-hmm. Can you share this link, please? Because it's amazing. I have seen what you have done in robotics or in IoT. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about this?
For me, I'm really interested in the convergence of augmented reality, virtual reality, and Internet of Things. Yeah. The way I kind of see it is more and more of these devices, I remember we used to work on mainframes, and then from mainframes we moved to like desktop computers, and then from desktop computers now we're using laptop computers, or like, and then now we have your phones and all that. It's getting smaller and smaller, and sometimes it gets integrated to the walls. We have these smart devices and all that, so it's more and more we're getting towards that, where it's the convergence of the augmented reality side and the Internet of Things. And so I have some projects on hackster.io that I posted there. Actually, I will post later on some of the links that I have for my personal projects at the end of the presentation, and also some of the ways to contact me if you're interested in learning more about these.
That's
happy to talk.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, let you do your presentation.
All right. So let me give you a backstory. I've been a .NET developer since 2005. I actually started back in .NET Framework 2.0. Now, and my wife, actually, her name is Leodette. She actually has been a .NET developer since 2003. She used to teach .NET development to when we were back in the Philippines, and .NET, and she started .NET Framework 1.0. Nowadays, I use .NET for AR and IoT application. I work for a startup called Spacey. I use .NET Core, the latest and greatest software. And my wife, she has been converting a .NET Framework application to operate to move it to the latest framework. But I've noticed that my wife and I, when we were both talking about these .NET stuff, I work for something new, something a brand new software, and then of course my wife's just been doing software that makes lots of money. So she's actually maintaining a large enterprise application. And so when we started talking about that, the breadth of what .NET can do, I think it's very interesting. And then of course, we felt like we both live in the same .NET solar system. Me working on the newer stuff. She's been maintaining some mainframe, or not mainframe, but a large enterprise application.
Wow.
We felt like we're both in two different worlds. And then we kept hearing about this another world out there, the world of Jupyter and data science. And of course, they have some Pythonistas out there for some reason. Pythonistas,
I imagine your home, staying with your wife, talking about .NET.
that is true. We do talk about Azure, and sometimes we debate about .NET. Yes, that is true. And that's the title of my talk. We have men from Mars and women from Venus. And then of course we started talking about these
Awesome.
two different worlds right there, the world of Jupyter and data science. That
Awesome.
is very out there, and of course we're not very familiar with it. And so of course they have some Pythonistas there. It's true, they exist because they have a mug, right? They have a Pythonista mug.
Yep.
Okay, so so today our agenda, I will be talking about what is Jupyter, Jupyter Notebook, Jupyter with a Y, not Jupyter the planet, and I'll be talking about what is .NET Interactive, how does it connect, what is .NET Jupyter Notebooks, and all, and I will demo a little bit of Internet of Things today and how you can run Jupyter Notebooks in Raspberry Pi, and then hopefully we land to Jupyter somewhere, right? That's the goal. Okay, what is this Jupyter project? Jupyter is an open source web application since 2015. We create it, it's really built in to create and share documents that contains live code, equations, visualizations, narrative text. The main goal of it is to have interactive data science and science computing. The word Jupyter came from the combination of the original kernels that currently support. It is from Julia, Python, and R. And it used to be called IPython notebooks, and it's released under modified BSD license. So it is an open source application. What is .NET Interactive? .NET Interactive allows you to be able to have interactive experiences that can connect to Jupyter, even on Visual Studio Code, or interact. It's a way for you to share code, explore data, write, and learn across your application. I'll explain more what that means. But at the end of the day, what you're wanting to do is not necessarily produce like a software. What you're doing is you're trying to explain to someone, okay, what this code is doing, be able to explore some data. .NET has kernels, the original kernels, like I said, is Julia, Python, and R. There is a new kernel for .NET, which is C# and F#, and also they integrated PowerShell to it. So that is one way you can connect. There are some magic commands which kind of list you all the different commands, and I'll do more demos about that later on. And Pocket View is a way to display HTML as part of your document. There's also XPlot libraries that you can create visualization, HTML, chart, and SVG. I don't know if any one of you have used Azure Data Studio. Azure Data Studio allows you to create interactive, integrated with .NET Interactive. It is on GitHub. It is open source. Can you actually see my screen? I want to make sure. Okay. What happened to my video? Right there. I think it froze. I think I got disconnected. I am having some sound issues for some reason. Let me try to fix it real quick. Audio. Okay. Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure I can still share my screen, and for some reason I got disconnected. Sorry about that. It's sometimes living in Jupyter can have communication problems. All right, so I just want to recap what I've talked, because most likely you've missed some of the parts of my presentation. I want to make sure I kind of go back and start over. We did talk about the agenda. We'll do a demo later on about these. So what is Jupyter? It's an open source web application since 2015. It's a way to create and share documents, especially live code, equations, visualization. It is geared towards data science and interactive computing, or scientific computing. It is actually Jupyter came from its original kernel, Julia, Python, and R. That means it supports these languages. It is, IPython notebook used to be called IPython notebook, and it's released under modified BSD license. .NET Interactive allows you to be able to create experiences where it can connect to Jupyter or part of Visual Studio Code, be able to share and write and explore some data. And .NET Jupyter notebooks, that means it allows us to have kernels that is in C#, F#, and PowerShell. and it has a way to display HTML, magic commands, then also create charts. And I'll demo a little bit about how you would create charts in Jupyter Notebooks and writing.net. Azure's Data Studio is actually on GitHub, is open source. It's free if you want to download it. It actually has notebooks on it. And this one allows you to have PowerShell, C#. Actually, there's SQL notebooks there too. So I wanted to show you a little bit of what that looked like. I think I have Data Studio here. Let me try to open it. So I have, see, this is what Data Studio looks like if you haven't downloaded, but there's notebook. You can actually create a notebook.
Yes, an amazing tool.
Yes. And when I talk about kernels, this one right here, you can have different kernels for these notebook. And let's see, you can have Python, PowerShell, SQL already built in once you install this application. So if you have like a bunch of PowerShell commands and you want to document it and have the results in one file, it allows you to do that. So the same way as SQL, right? Because remember when we used to do SQL, what is it now? Anyway, this one allows you to be able to have the results of your SQL statement in one document. That's powerful because, most likely you've done some SQL statements and you forgot how to, what the data looks like. This one kind of stores a snippet or a view of that. So once, maybe 6 months from now, if you want to recall what you were trying to, what SQL statements you did run, it's part of that document without executing them again. So that is Azure Data Studio. Visual Studio Code has a way to be able to have Jupyter notebooks. There is an extension called .NET Interactive Notebooks, and this allows you to be able to just install Visual Studio Code, .NET Interactive Notebook, and it would just run together. And it allows you to open Jupyter notebooks. There's also another file extension called .dib, which is it's specifically made for Visual Studio Code instead of the extension .ipynb, which is Python notebook. I think it has some extensions to kind of improve the format of Jupyter Notebook, but only works on Visual Studio Code. I'll do a demo later on and how that one flows. .NET Interactive. Think about how it's running in the background. So I did talk about Visual Studio Code, Azure Data Studio, Jupyter, Jupyter Lab, all these different applications. .NET Interactive runs in the background, and what happens is once you have the code, it sends through this protocol and transports it. It creates an application running in the background that it can go back and forth. So this can be on the server somewhere that's running. Like in this case, later on, I'm gonna have it on the Raspberry Pi, but we can run it on a web browser or under Jupyter Lab, and then be able to send and receive data in between, even though our app is running in the background or at the server. So that's what's going on. That's why you can have all these different kernels and it still be able to mix and match and have different applications on the front end. And of course, there's a way to customize it if you need to. Okay. All right. If anyone is not familiar with the Raspberry Pi, there's a new one that just came out, the Raspberry Pi 4. Actually, there's one that's Raspberry Pi 0 that it just came out that cost $15. It is, it's an ARM processor device. it's a Linux machine, or you can actually install Windows 10 on it, but typically you do install Linux. It is a small computer. I mean, it costs less, right? You can connect it to a monitor and keyboard, and you're good to go. You have it's very it's low cost. It has good capabilities, right? It has wireless already integrated in it, and it also have a way to have a general purpose I/O header, which is like in this case, I did put a sense hat. This sense hat allows me to have like some sensors on it. So in this case, I want some LED devices here, and then some temperature sensors all integrated in, and it just plugs right on top of Raspberry Pi. So I have that here. That is currently live right now. I have it on top of the Raspberry Pi, and what we're going to do today is we're going to install .NET Interactive here, and also at the same time run Jupyter on that Raspberry Pi. So in order to do that, there's a few steps involved. Of course, you have to install the operating system in Raspbian. So once you have that installed, there's few setup that you have to do, some scripts you can run in order to install these scripts. And once you install that script, you can enable it. It actually installs Jupyter Notebook. It also installs Jupyter Lab, which is the difference between Jupyter Lab and Jupyter Notebook. Allows you to be able to view more files. And I will show you what it looks like later on. And then it also installs .NET Interactive running on a Raspbian. And so the instructions are over here. The instructions are over here if you are interested in going through that process. But I already did set it up on my device and have it running right now. So just to go through the demo. So I have these running. This is Jupyter Lab, and notice how it is on this IP address. So I can connect to, it's not running on my machine, it's running on that Raspberry Pi that I have. And then this is Jupyter Lab. It allows me to be able to look at and have multiple files that are open. It allows me to run interactive commands right here. The kernel is running in the background. So here's what it looks like. So this one is pretty cool because I can, go to create new notebook or new terminal. So it's kind of like, instead of connecting to that device, instead of SSH or I can actually have a terminal right on the browser and connect it. I have the files there. I can create another notebook, and I can specify am I doing a Python, C#, F#. In this case, it even has like TypeScript and JavaScript because I installed it on that box. So there's a way you can write TypeScript code, but in this case, we'll focus on C# side.
Amazing.
Right. So that right there, you can say console. Let's see that right line. The thing that I don't like about this is it still does not have autocomplete. Which is, we're so used to it. But what's happening in the background is it's spinning up a new kernel. Notice how there's a new kernel, and it would just, well, in this case, it didn't show me. Oh, of course, I need to write something, right?
Yeah.
Hello world. Earth, I guess. There you go. We live on Earth, so at least we have that. So you see how
Rob, this is the same thing like what Scott Hansalman create on the web. No, it's something like Visual Studio Code in web browser.
Yeah. So it's kind of like running Visual Studio Code in the browser.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this one since it's running in Jupyter Lab.
Jupyter, yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it gives you the results. See the
Yeah.
difference? It's not like you have the whole the whole, I guess, the whole
Okay.
application, like the Visual
Yeah.
Studio Code is
Yeah.
running on the browser itself. So it
Right.
has that difference between the user interface and then the backend system where it runs. That's right.
It's something like you have a book,
Mhm.
and every page is an application in the book.
Yes, that's right. That's
Right.
So
Good. Amazing.
what it's really made for is, like, here I'm presenting today. It makes it easier to explain step by step what is
Exactly.
happening, right? So
Exactly.
that's the whole goal for these, because it's interactive. So we'll work on this one right here. I'm gonna minimize this a little bit to give us a little bit of space. So before we do that, before I continue on with the demo, if you want to try this at home, right? Right now, even if it's right now, you just want to
Yeah.
try what .NET Interactive is, right? If you go to the github.com/.NET/interactive, if you go here, and then there is, if you scroll down a little bit, where's that one? So, because this is kind of gives you some of the documentation, which what
Exactly.
is Project Jupyter and all that. But you can look at this try
Try sample
sample.net notebook online
online
using
using
Binder.
Binder. Good.
So if you click on that, okay, there is this button that says Launch Binder. And what this one would do is it would actually spin up a new container, right? Instance
Yeah.
of this .NET Interactive in the background. And you can, let's see how it shows. Now you can just try it out. So if you just want to
Wow.
try C# and you want to learn a little bit about what you can do with it, I did not
Amazing.
install anything on this machine,
Right.
right?
Right.
And then I can just go through and kind of go through and run each one of these, what we call cells, and then be able to get the results. So it's a good learning tool, especially
Yeah.
if you're new with .NET and you just want
Exactly.
to try out something new, right? Something, not necessarily you're creating an application, you're kind of creating a document that kind of
Yeah.
have explanation step by step of
My
what
God.
you're seeing right there or what you're looking at right there. So that's one way for us to learn, ways of how we can write .NET application.
Yep. Amazing.
Cool. All right. So going back to here, this LS Magic. Let me try to clear before I do clear output. Okay. Edit. So you can actually clear all the output. Let me try to edit. Clear all outputs. Okay. So I'll make it a little bit bigger. So you can run each one of these cells and it will give you the results. So if I run this LS Magic, it allows me to run KQL, SQL, C#, F#, PowerShell, HTML code, and all those different things that is on this list. On this one right here, this one allows me to run an F# application, right? And then run F#, even though my kernel, this one is C#. Right now, all my code is C#. But this one is, I want to write the snippet of F#, create a new kernel, right, instance of F#, and then share that information to get that value. So like in this case, I want to get that Y because I specified, hey, get the value from these F# application to here. So if I want to say, okay, what is X? Well, that does not exist. Remember that we did not share that value out from that F# application or F# kernel, it's still we only shared the Y value. So that's why we don't have access to it. So, but I can say X equals 1 here, but of course it's not, but you can say var X equals 1. Okay. And then now I can say X, what is X? And then it'll give you that value. All right, so this one allows you to import NuGet packages. In this case, I'm going to use .NET IoT. Just want to give you some information about .NET for IoT. So .NET for IoT, it is also open source. It's on GitHub. It allows you to be able to run, like my case, I want to be able to get that data from my sensors, the sense hat, and display it. So there's ways in how you can read that, but in this case, what I want to do is to start using it in my application, the sense hat, and they have bindings for .NET on that. This one right here allows me to display HTML. So in this case, if you want to have this, what we call pocket view allows you to create, like in this case, it's an A link, right? That has a target. When you click on it, it will create a new window, and it's bold, has a link to presentation, and then you say display that pocket view. Allows you to do something like this, and when you click on it, it opens up a new window. So that is what we call pocket view. On this one, sometimes I get this error. I think it's going to get fixed but it's not an error, it's actually a warning. So in this case, I want to create this HTML tag that says, okay, what color blue, and that's the data that's going to be displayed. And on this next one, what I want to do here is to read. So I'm using this IoT.device.sensehat, which is part of that IoT bindings NuGet package. And what I want to do here is to read the temperature on the Raspberry Pi and update the value. So run it every like half second and display it here. So let's see how it's going to go. So notice, is it running? Where is this one at? It should say, oh, I need to call it first because I just declared it. Notice how I just declared it, but I didn't call it. So in here, I'm going to say read temperature. I just want to call read temperature. And it's await because it's an async task right there. Now that it's running, notice how it's asterisk right here. Every time you run, it increases a number, so you kind of know. But what's doing right now is every half second, it updated this value. Let me try to run it again so I can show you what it looks like. See how it's changing those values. So it's, since I have the variable displaying here, I can do some changes. Cool. All right. So in this one right here, I have these NuGet packages. In this case, I want to do the .NET xplot.plotly. And this Plotly interactive allows me to be able to do something like this. These are the values that I collected, right? So I can say
okay, first, it's something like first you have to install the NuGet package before using it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing here, right? Remember when on Visual Studio, we have to, yeah, you have to go through the hoops of finding that one.
Right.
So this one just
right click, go to NuGet, manage NuGet package, You go to the search again. Sounds good.
Yeah, it's kind of like having that command, right?
Yeah.
You have that command
Install
line
package,
right?
Good.
So this one allows me to be able to use that now on this application, and then I can create a scatter plot that gives me these. I can specify, hey, it's open series. The X value would be the temperatures that I collected from
And
my
the Y
Raspberry
value.
Pi, and the values, and then this one, the X values would be the index, right?
Yeah.
So 0 to 19, and so we'll do that, and then we'll display the chart.
This is to build the chart.
Yes. So now, right there, because I'm
Amazing.
using Plotly, I have a chart of what I'm getting from
The
my
variation of
values.
temperature.
Yes.
Good.
So now I have all the chart values, and I can, it has some, I can download it as PNG. I can zoom in, zoom out, those kind of things. So I can technically I can connect this to a database, but of course I want to.
But you cannot export anything.
Export the chart.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Download. Okay.
Yeah, you can download the chart. So
Sounds
remember,
good.
This tool is for exploration. I'm exploring
Yeah.
data. I just want to display it, those kind of things, right? Okay, on the next one, instead of adding it to a list, we'll set up an asynchronous
tree.
Yeah, asynchronous. Of course, I misspelled that one. So notice how this one right here is a markdown, and I misspelled this, and it is
asynchronous.
Yes. So I'm gonna change it, and I'm gonna. Okay.
And you're changing it in live.
Live, yes.
Yeah, good.
So that's what. But it is, it is a markdown, so I can change the markdown instructions. So because I'm writing this as a document, think about this as a kind of like a Word document with code, right? And this one right here allows me to read the temperature, goes through the list. So every minute it will grab, not every minute, every second, it will grab.
This is in millisecond.
Yeah, in millisecond. So it will grab data. It would yield the return and add it. Oh, well, what I wanted to do here is I want to use this Microsoft.data.analysis, and I'll talk to you how I'm going to use that later on. But what this one would do is, I'm using yield return, which is, I think it's kind of different because you're doing a for each and you're doing a yield return, and it's an async. So it's called asynchronous stream.
Right.
So as you receive it, it would wait for 1 second. It would return and spit back the result, and then it would go through the next loop again. And how you would call it, it would look something like this, right? So in this case, what I want to do is to create, I'm using this Microsoft.data analysis. I want to create this primitive data column, and this column has date times. This column has Fahrenheit. And as I read, see, this one right here is a wait for each. And as I read data from from the Raspberry Pi, it would give the result here, append it to the date time, and then the Fahrenheit, and then it would go through it again. So that's what it's doing. So every second it would run, it would go through, it would append it to this whatever.
And this happened on real time.
Yes, this is happening on real time on this device right here.
Amazing.
Yeah. So now it's done. It actually grabbed all those values. Then I want to do is to create this data frame. What this data frame is you specify the columns. I have the date time column and the Fahrenheit column, and then I can display it. So that's what I've collected, and that is the current date and time in the UTC. Those are or is that That is the value. It's 7:30 here in my time. So that is actually the current time here. I'm based here in Texas. And that's where you got those values. On this one, this one just displays it properly, which is what we currently have here. You can actually change how it gets displayed. So this one allows you to do that. So if I want to get the first two rows of this data frame, I can say, give me the first two rows. So the data frame dot rows
take two.
Take two, right? So or take
and
5.
What is okay? Good.
So it allows me to grab those values. This one, if I want to count how many rows I have, I can say bf.rows.count. If I want to know to count the number of columns, I can do that. If I want to add a new column, right, to my data frame. So what this one does is I have this primitive data column, be able to add a new one, right? A new column. I want to clone the ones that I have generated to a new data frame, and I want to insert after the second index. After the second column, I want to add Celsius and display it. Notice how it's all null.
Because no value.
Because there's no value. We haven't initialized it yet.
Right.
And this will give me some info about this data frame, date, time, double, and all that. Of course, all this that I'm doing right now, it's available in console app, in C# in Visual Studio Code. I mean, it's just a way for me to be able to explain what's actually happening. That's the reason why I have it in Notebook. So this one right here, it allows me to fill all the the initial value of Celsius without looping through the whole table, right? Or the whole list. So I have, instead of going through a list, I'm using data frame, and I can say, okay, that column, I need to initialize it to 0. If I want to get the first row, of course, I can do that here and kind of explain what that row 0 is. Gives me the value of each one of the columns. This one allows me to convert from Fahrenheit. So it's kind of like, remember Excel, where you can create the formula for the whole column, and then right there, it automatically calculates for all the rows.
But here, can you format the numbers?
Well, this is what it's stored, right?
Okay.
So you can actually format how you want to grab the data. But yeah, you can change the formatting here however you want to assign.
String that format, and you will give it the value.
Yeah, give it that value. Because right now it is set to double, so you might have to specify that column is a string, and then you have to store it as string. That kind of
Great.
And if I want to get the mean, you can do that for all the columns. It just automatically calculates it for me. So you can believe you can get average and all min, because you can do min and max and all that too. So let's try that over here and say, let's see, can I do min? Be interesting to see if we can do that. Of course, I'm gonna add a bar. See if we'll do it. And it'll give me the minimum value of all of this column, and this one calculates the mean. Yes,
I see the small letter A. The small a. What does it mean?
This one is just to display it.
Okay, display.
Because if I don't have that, it doesn't show.
Okay.
So this is just to display.
The command.
Yeah, that's part of this. Yeah.
Sounds good. Okay.
So if I want to create scatter plot again of the Celsius column. I can specify, since I have a data frame, I can specify the column name. And then based from that, I have a scatter plot. But now it is in Celsius instead of Fahrenheit, where we grabbed the data before. Okay, so in this next one, I want to read the temperature data, but I only want the last 10 items. But I want it continuously run. I specify how many I want to run, but I only want to keep the last 10 items. And I'll show you what I'm doing here. Because in this case, I want to create, now I'm switching gears. I want to create a JavaScript visualization, right? And this JavaScript uses scatterplot. Not scatterplot, but using this D3JS. So I'm importing the D3JS library, and I want to display something. And sometimes it might make sense to be able to show this first before I start explaining. And on this one, let's go back. Let me try to get some values. So I'm going to change some values right here real quick. And so what this one would do is I can grab that notebook scope JavaScript and plot an SVG. So this is a way to create kind of like a small chart like this and specify the last 10 items. And let's see if it'll run. And what I want to do is I want to read the temperature data and display it. But notice how it's displaying, but it's only displaying the last 10 items on my list. So it's a little bit kind of harder to understand if it's actually giving me the latest and greatest. So I'm going to change some of these values here because it's between 90 and 91. So, and what it's doing here is it's actually building a chart.
Yeah.
And as it receives value from the C# kernel, I can get that variable from C#, display it from here. And that's what it's doing. So when I run it.
Sounds good.
When I run it again, it started to kind of give me a kind of visualization of what that data would look like as it receives it from this device.
You know, Ron, you give me an idea. Look at this. You give me an idea. Look at this. Look at. You see?
Oh, that's cool. Yes.
You give me an idea.
Use that in .NET.
I will start today.
That's cool. Yeah, there's you can actually you don't have to use Jupyter Notebook to do .NET, but this one allows me to experiment and try different things before I run the application. See how easily it is for me to just change the code without recompiling, going through the initialization code again and restarting the application. I just run and go, right?
Ooh.
Yeah. So these are the values that I've collected. And notice that even though it's reading some of the data, it only reads the last 10 items on my list, or 11 items in this case.
Yeah.
So in this one, the next one, I still read the temperature, right? I still read the degrees Fahrenheit and all that. But what I want to do is, if it goes to this max temperature that I specified, I can have this LED matrix turn it to red to change the color. So I have to use this, sense hat. The sense hat has a way for me to be able to have these LED matrix and fill it as I receive. Okay. So notice if I don't run that part of the code, I will get an error when I call it.
Exactly.
Yeah, because I have to run this. Right? So that's common problem when you're working through this, is like, okay, we'll go through each one and sometimes it's confusing because now that's 55 and there's 56 and then 57, right? So there's the drawback, but you can then, like in this case, if it goes up to, maybe let's go back 90, maybe 91 or 90.6. Let's see if it's going to reach 90.6. I just want to read the temperature 10 times and see if it's going to give me those values. Let me try to make sure I can display it properly for you. Okay. Just want to make sure you can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's run this again. See if it's going to reach. Oh, of course it's going to reach because it's 91. But see, notice how it did light up. So we can change that value. Let's turn it off. So I run this. This is the code to turn it off. And let's say if I go 91.6, let's see what happens. It hasn't reached 90.6. And of course, it's not going to turn red now because I'm trying to guess those values.
Right.
But you get what I'm saying, right? What I'm trying to do here is
yeah.
I'm trying to experiment and try out. And let's see, 48. Let's see. Of course, that's going to reach it. That's what happens. But that's the interaction that I'm talking about. You're trying to experiment. You're trying to go through. It reduces that extra friction of write code. Let's see the result. Write code and we see the results.
Exactly.
Okay. So what just happened? Okay. Just to summarize what I did demo. First, we created, we installed .NET Interactive to this Raspberry Pi and Jupyter Notebook. We go through and use data frames. We've used async await, right, or for each asynchronous loops or something. I forgot now. We also did look at how we can read data from a Raspberry Pi or the sensor using .NET IoT, and we're able to create charts using Plotly or XPlot, and then we were able to control our Raspberry Pi to display and those LED lights.
Yep.
All right. If you're interested in learning more about my presentation, this is the URL. There's the QR code, and we can post that. I can post that to the chat later if you need to. If you are interested in learning more about me, my name is Ron Dagdag. I'm a lead software engineer at Spacey. I'm a fifth-year Microsoft MVP awardee. The best way to contact me is through Twitter. If you're interested in learning more about those personal projects that we were talking about early on, go to www.dagdag.net. Best way to contact me is through LinkedIn and Twitter. And if you want to know the ways to contact me, you can use this link tree. Have all the links to all the stuff that I did talk about. And I appreciate your time talking about .NET, Jupyter, and of course IoT and all that. And I appreciate your time. And our goal is to make .NET cool again.
Very good, very good. Amazing presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ron. My question, I have a question.
Okay.
What is behind the scene? What is the architecture? What are the technology? Yeah.
Technology behind the Jupyter?
Yeah.
So, well, of course,
because you mix some kind of technology.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So, of course, we did use the Jupyter Lab, Jupyter Notebook. There's open source. Typically, when you install it, it has Python, and you can write Python notebooks and all that, right?
Okay.
And then, of course, .NET on the script that maybe I can show the script since we have a little bit of time.
Yeah.
That script that I was going on here, let me see if I can get that value. Maybe not. Let's go back to that presentation and maybe so this script, whatever it's going to install, kind of gives you the value, the technology involved.
Okay, that's
here.
Yash.
Right.
Okay.
So you have your .NET, right? Whatever it's installing on that Raspberry Pi. You have .NET Interactive that would install. At the end of the day, it's just another .NET tool, right? That is installing there, and then of course this one install. So this one installs the Jupyter notebook too.
Sounds good.
Yeah, so those are the different things. So this one installed Jupyter notebook and Jupyter Lab at the end of the day, and it does connect Jupyter notebook to Jupyter. Does connect .NET Interactive to Jupyter notebook with this command right here. So
sounds good.
Are there any other questions?
I think we have done. Thank you very much, Ron. Nice presentation. I think that it can trigger something for our younger people, because we need this kind of presentation to simulate our mind and try to build application like that, or build some ML machine learning or AI application. Okay, thank you very much. If you have the link or the links for the hardware or the material, you can put it in a comment, and I will share it with the community.
Okay, we will do.
Thank you so much, Rag.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, the last but not least, we will switch to my subject: how to migrate .NET 5 application or above to .NET 6. Okay, let us take a break and come back. Studio, please.
The original prototype of ASP.NET I wrote over Christmas, New Year's between 97 and 98.
We knew we had to create something that broke a lot of new ground.
You can see a lot changed.
It's been an incredible journey to get where we are today.
It started in the community. This is an experience.
I'm seeing we have people from all over joining us.
Every developer can actually develop any application super productively for any platform.
Pretty cool.
It's almost like science fiction how far it's come.
This is only the start.
The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Science. They are using .NET to deliver a multi-device streaming service to their Academy members.
Get started writing your cross-platform mobile apps.
.NET is open source and it runs everywhere.
You're at this powerful cockpit of all the things from production, editing, hot reload.
We're here to serve. What we want is to make developers happy.
Woo! As simple as that.
I would say get involved.
Come to us with your feedback.
Congrats on another amazing .NET Conf.
Thank you. Welcome back. What is the objective of this session? We want to migrate an application built into .NET 5 to .NET 6. Let me share my screen, okay? Share my screen. Okay, I want to share a window. Okay. Let me share my Visual Studio. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. I have an application built on .NET 5, Open Restaurant. Okay. Let me share the entire screen. Okay. Want to share my entire screen. Okay. Let me execute this application. Build. I choose the browser. Boom. This is a .NET 5 application, and perhaps I will have an issue because I run a localhost application, but the DB, okay, sounds good. This is my application. Let me log out. Okay, this is a simple application in .NET 5. Okay, our version of framework, entity framework is 5.0.8. Okay, we have the startup file. Previously, I have showed that the .NET 6 application don't have the startup project. Here we have also the program.cs. Let us test this application and look how it runs. Okay, let me log in. TikTok at tiktok.com and my password. Good. Okay. This application is built by me, okay, but I use Telerik UI. Let me go to the Telerik website, okay. With Telerik UI, you have some amazing component, okay. To look at, go to product, all product, go to UI for Blazor, and after go to demo. You have some, let me test docs. Yeah, docs is better. Okay, oops. Okay, in here we have, okay, let's go to demo. Okay, grid, let me go to grid. You have some amazing grid with Telerik. You can group by category, okay, okay. You can group by something like availability, okay. Some amazing component, okay. Here I have something like, sorry, I have to load, great. Okay, I can enter new product. Okay, bus amount and the date today, update, and it will update. You can also edit and save or cancel. And here I think I have an issue. No, it's good. This is pretty good application. Okay, let me create a new line. Let me select Budweiser. Sorry. 10 Budweiser. The price is 1,000. Sales date today and update. Good. I have updated my my grid. Let me try to group. I want to group by something like, yeah, factoration, yeah, drag and drop and done. Okay. Okay, it's good. Let me group also by date. Why not? Okay, by date. I group by date. It's done. Good. This is all our sales product by date. Okay, and I can export into Excel. But this is not the objective. The objective is how can we migrate this application built in .NET 5 framework into .NET 6. Pretty easy. First of all, I'm going to right-click into my project name and go to Manage NuGet Package. Okay. And here I have simply to click on update. But before, let me come here and manually update to .NET 6. Okay, save. Okay, I save. You see the application will be built, and we'll see that this application is restoring. And the last thing I have to do here, select all package. Let me try again. Right click here. Let me shut down all. Boom. Right click. Manage NuGet package. Updates. Okay. Select all and click update. You see, okay, before clicking yes, I will update all the NuGet package from 5.0.8 to 6.0. Click on update and accept yes. And you will see that all the framework are migrating from 5 to 6. Okay. If I'm done, I can build my application. Yeah. Cool. I'm done. Okay. Let me build my application. Build 6.0. The build will restart. We can do it also manually or with command line. I clean my solution, okay? And I try to execute again my application. Boom, go. This is my new application. Okay, what's good? Yeah, very nice. I think that we don't have issue because of, good. You know, this application runs on .NET 6. Why? Because if I click on the solution, I have .NET 6, but right now, look at, I have 6.0, 6.0, pretty easy. Let me prove that this application is in .NET 5. You remember this file? Let me create the file, global using, right click, add class. You'll add a new class, global using, global using.cs. Okay. In global using, let me take the startup file. Boom. Okay. Have issues. Let's go to global using, paste. Okay. I want to delete all this. Okay. And last but not least, I want to add global. Okay. Save and come back to startup. Done. Okay. We are done. We have right now our new application built in .NET 6. Migration of an application built on .NET 5 we migrate this application into .NET 6. Let me check again. Let me check again. Yeah. Can edit. Good. Build. Have a new. Let's go to the browser. And boom, our new application built on .NET 5 is running right now into .NET 6. Let's try again. Entree, Vent. Good. We have the list. Nothing changed. This is only migration of our new application. Okay. What else? I think that we can write everything here into program.cs and delete the startup file. It's possible, but let me publish this application in Azure. Let's go to Azure, boom, 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 Azure portal, azure.com. I log in on my own tenant, MVP, yeah. Create a new app services. I can do it also in Visual Studio. Let me do it in Visual Studio. Publish, next. Publish Windows App Services, next. Here, the new version, yeah, good. Let me take this, okay, and create a new app service instance. Open Restaurant 6. Yep, this is the name that you have to use. Here we go. If you have any question, si vous avez des questions, voilà, posez-les et puis rapidement, on pourra répondre. I'm creating a new app services to host my Blazor application into Azure. Okay, sounds good. Open Restaurant 6. Next, I can use CI/CD using GitHub because my source code is in GitHub. Let me show my repositories. Good. Boom. I have Open Restaurant somewhere. Open. No, let me come here. Okay, Open Restaurant. My Git repository is here. And that's why Visual Studio proposed me to use GitHub and to implement the continuous integration, continuous delivery pipeline. Let me publish. And some seconds or minutes after, you will see the magic. Good. Checking if application will run successfully. Yes. You are publishing the application without bundling the runtime. I let the system take this. Look at target framework net 6.0. Okay. Configuration is released. Deployment mode framework dependent. Target runtime is portable. And my resource name is Open Restaurant 6. Okay, what I've done is I take my application built on .NET 5 I migrate my application from .NET 5 to .NET 6. I test my application and I deploy it. Let's see the result. I'm going. Boom, boom, boom. Good. Entity framework. Identity. I have application using database. We have Open Restaurant and Open Restaurant 6 in .NET 5 and Open Restaurant 6 on .NET 6. In the application. I can start opening Open Restaurant 6 application is deploying. The system will open. Yeah. Waiting. Let us do. Yeah. Wow. Open Restaurant. Okay, deployment finished. Yeah, restarting the website. Open Restaurant 6. Let me zoom. Yep, done. Okay, we have our .NET 6 application hosted to Azure. Okay, let me log in. And to be sure that TikTok at tiktok.com password. Login. Bam. Good, it worked. Let me be sure that we have two separate applications. Yeah, this is Open Restaurant. Boom. Okay. Open Restaurant. This is Open Restaurant, not 6, but simple Open Restaurant. Open Restaurant. The same application, okay, but the two app services, 1 GB. I have migrated my application. Oh, boom. Okay, this is my .NET 6 new web app. Okay, I'm done. I don't know if we have questions. Let me stop the sharing. Question, okay, good, thank you, Bragg. I don't have any question. I think that we are done. We have, good, thank you. Thank you, Mohamed Amar Achi. C'est un énorme gain de temps, thank you. Thank you also, Mamadou Lamine Bara. Super, thank you. Mamadou Lamarana Bari, okay. Jean Porquet, thanks to you. Okay, I think that we are at the end of our event. What I can suggest is we have some Q&As yesterday. Let me share it with you. No. Boom, Q&A. Okay, we have a talk show.
Des technologies en Afrique. Bon, sans faire de la langue de bois ni de politique, je dis que la technologie doit être la passerelle pour le développement rapide de l'Afrique. Je m'explique. Aujourd'hui, si l'Afrique veut aller plus loin, si l'Afrique veut progresser plus vite, je ne dis pas d'aller égaler les autres, ok? Et je ne dis pas que ce n'est pas possible, c'est très possible. Mais mentalement, je pense qu'on n'est pas encore prêt pour ça. Rien que de voir le nombre d'heures de travail par jour, 8 heures pour un Africain, 8 heures pour un Américain, 8 heures pour un Européen, 8 heures pour un Asiatique. Et nous, on est les moins développés. On travaille le même nombre d'heures de travail, en guillemets officiels. C'est qu'on n'est pas prêt mentalement pour se développer. L'Afrique, pour moi, doit courir pendant que les autres continents marchent. L'Afrique doit courir pendant que les autres continents marchent. Et je pense que la technologie doit nous apporter un peu plus de conditions pour aller plus vite et essayer de ne pas être trop en retard. Alors, qu'est-ce que je pense aussi, pour la deuxième question, qu'est-ce que je pense aussi des écoles de formation en Afrique de l'Ouest? Écoutez, je pense que c'est un vieux débat. C'est un débat qui s'est poursuivi hier, qui se poursuit aujourd'hui et qui va se poursuivre demain. On est en train de perdre du temps parce qu'il n'y a aucun séminaire, aucun forum où on n'a pas dit ce qu'on a dit il y a 10 ans, il y a 20 ans. Parce que simplement, c'est un manque de courage politique, un manque de courage citoyen pour ceux qui ne sont pas dans le gouvernement, dans la machine politique, et un manque de courage des parents d'élèves. Pourquoi je le dis? Parce qu'il n'y a aucun diplôme qui garantit une compétence. Il n'y en a pas. Sortez de l'INPH, sortez de l'université Cheikh Anta Diop ou de l'école supérieure polytechnique avec votre diplôme, mention extraordinaire. On vous garantit simplement que vous avez réussi avec succès le cursus pour obtenir votre diplôme. Mais il n'y a aucun diplôme qui garantit les compétences, je dis bien les compétences professionnelles. Ça, c'est un. Donc, repensons le modèle des diplômes. Les écoles ont échoué, publiques comme privées. Pourquoi? Parce que aujourd'hui, dans le pur monde informatique, 80% des choses qui se font dans le pur monde professionnel n'est pas enseigné dans les écoles. La cybersécurité, infrastructure as a service, globalement cloud, DevOps, développement pipeline. Mais pire encore, il y a des professeurs qui doivent enseigner à nos étudiants comment utiliser certains outils en entreprise, comment se comporter en entreprise, comment faire face aux difficultés en entreprise. Et ces mêmes professeurs n'ont jamais travaillé dans une entreprise. C'est des chasseurs de primes. Il y en a. Regardez dans nos écoles de formation professionnelle privées, c'est la catastrophe. C'est des coureurs d'heures de travail, de cours. J'ai même vu un professeur qui enseigne C, qui n'a jamais codé une ligne de C++ ou de C. Il y en a. Le mal est très profond. Pour moi, c'est un débat, c'est un débat qui laisse beaucoup d'amertume. Je pense qu'il faut redonner la main aux entreprises. Il faut que les entreprises créent des structures de formation d'entreprise. Il faut que les entreprises créent des écoles de formation. Il faut qu'aussi les entreprises créent des centres de mise à niveau. Pour moi, c'est important. Parce que le diplôme, surtout avec le système francophone, les diplômes, on va toujours vous demander un diplôme pour travailler dans les grandes institutions, pour travailler dans les grandes entreprises. Mais il nous faut changer de mindset, il nous faut changer la mentalité. Il faut avoir des attestations, non de formation, mais des attestations de compétences. Attestation de compétences sur quoi? Attestation de compétences en cybersécurité, Mais cybersécurité, à quel niveau de cybersécurité? Il faut vraiment créer des plages, ok, on va dire des assiettes dans la cybersécurité, des assiettes dans l'infrastructure, des assiettes dans les réseaux, administrateur système, administrateur réseau, etc. Il faut vraiment aller dans les détails. Il faut créer des attestations de compétences sur le monde de la modernisation des applications. Comment développer une application? DevOps. Ok? Aujourd'hui, un jeune qui finit, qui est master ou docteur, qui ne sait pas DevOps, qui ne connaît pas comment, on va dire, scaler une infrastructure dans une entreprise. C'est la catastrophe. On va où? Donc voilà quoi. Donc, il y a des débats sur lesquels les écoles ne vont pas être contentes, les entreprises ne vont pas être contentes, mais voilà, c'est ce qu'on appelle faire face aux exigences technologiques. Donc, la dernière question, quand on me dit, voilà, comment on voit les jeunes par rapport à la technologie. Écoutez, je pense que 60 à 55% des jeunes ont choisi leur côté. Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, TikTok. Si un étudiant doit travailler pendant 8 heures de temps, pour être vraiment très gentil, les 4 heures de temps sont perdues dans les réseaux sociaux. Cherchez-moi sur Facebook, vous n'allez jamais me trouver. Parce que, pour moi, Facebook me bouffe mon temps. Et ce temps, je ne vais jamais le rattraper. Ok? Facebook fait du bien. Pourquoi? Parce que tu peux voir, tu peux converser avec quelqu'un qui est loin de toi. Mais WhatsApp le fait. Vous voulez discuter avec quelqu'un, prends ton téléphone, appelle-le sur WhatsApp. Je n'ai pas besoin de Facebook. C'est vrai, Facebook, on publie des événements, on publie des choses, les gens vendent sur Facebook, etc. Ok, que ceux qui vendent sur Facebook aillent sur Facebook pour vendre, mais qu'ils ne perdent pas leur temps sur Facebook. L'étudiant qui doit emmagasiner de la connaissance pour restituer ses connaissances en entreprise n'en a pas besoin. Sauf si c'est un groupe d'amis sur Facebook. Mais un groupe d'amis sur Facebook pour faire quoi? Pour travailler, discuter sur des sujets? Je ne pense pas. Donc il faut que la jeunesse se recentre sur l'essentiel. J'ai fait 2 écoles de formation comme speaker en Côte d'Ivoire. 3 écoles de formation à Dakar, 2 écoles de formation au Burkina. Vous savez, j'ai pris 100 000 francs. Je suis parti, j'ai déposé sur la table. Il y avait au moins 200 à 300 étudiants dans la salle. Et j'ai posé la question. Celui qui a un livre d'informatique dans son sac, il n'a qu'à ouvrir son sac, me montrer le livre et venir prendre les 100 000 francs. Sur les 300 étudiants, il n'y a pas un étudiant qui a sorti un livre d'informatique acheté à la bibliothèque pour venir prendre les 100 000 francs. Le mal est profond. Ça veut dire quoi? C'est comme des policiers ou des militaires qui doivent garder notre frontière, qui n'ont même pas de couteau pour se défendre. C'est pas possible. C'est du suicide. Un étudiant sans livre, c'est un militaire qui va en guerre sans couteau ni arme. C'est du suicide. Donc revenons au biaba. L'électronique, les livres électroniques, c'est bien. Ok? Mais achetez ça, les gars. Surtout, on parle de technologie. Achetez les bouquins. Lisez. Prenez les bouquins, paraphez. Faites ce que vous voulez. Prenez l'autre édition. Parce que très souvent, quand vous lisez sur votre ordinateur ou sur votre téléphone, ça vous divertit. Il y a une notification Facebook, il y a une notification Twitter, il y a un match qui est commenté. La Côte d'Ivoire joue, le Sénégal joue, le Burkina joue, le Bénin joue. Vous êtes divertis. Vous prenez un livre, prenez votre téléphone, mettez ailleurs, dans votre bureau, mettez simplement votre livre. Enlevez tout ce qui peut vous divertir. Concentrez-vous. Mon exemple sur la Bible du programmeur, c'est C++. La Bible du programmeur C#. C'est plus de 4000 et quelques pages. J'ai bouffé ce livre au moins 10 fois. C'est-à-dire, j'ai fini le livre avec... j'avais 3 marqueurs. Un marqueur rouge, un marqueur orange et un marqueur vert. Quand je lis un livre pour la première fois, je le lis comme si c'était le Coran ou comme si c'était la Bible. Je lis. Mais les passages ou les paragraphes que je n'ai rien compris, je mets un marqueur rouge. Donc, je finis. Tu vas voir, à la fin, mon livre, il y a beaucoup de rouge. Ça, c'est la première lecture. Je vais relire le livre. Mais cette fois-ci, partout où il n'y a pas de rouge, je ne lis pas. Je vais là où il y a du rouge. Dès que je lis, j'essaie, avant de passer, j'essaie de comprendre qu'est-ce que cela veut dire. Je fais mes recherches sur Internet pour essayer de comprendre. Si je ne comprends pas, je mets en orange pour dire que j'ai un peu compris, mais ça là, j'ai besoin d'un expert. Donc, ma troisième relecture, je ne regarde pas les rouges, je regarde les oranges. Et ma troisième relecture, je ne passe que lorsque je maîtrise ce sujet-là. Et quand je maîtrise ce sujet, je suis passé du rouge au orange, je marque le vert pour dire que ça, c'est dans la tête ad vitam aeternam. Donc voilà les gars, ce que moi je peux conseiller aux gens.
The original prototype of ASP.NET I wrote over Christmas, New Year's between 97 and 98.
We knew we had to create something that broke a lot of new ground.
You can see a lot changed.
It's been an incredible journey to get where we are today.
It started in the community.
This is an experience. I'm seeing we have people from all over joining us.
Every developer can actually develop any application super productively for any platform.
Pretty cool.
It's almost like science fiction how far it's come.
This is only the start.
The Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Science. They are using .NET to deliver a multi-device streaming service to their Academy members.
Get started writing your cross-platform mobile apps.
.NET is open source and it runs everywhere.
You're at this powerful cockpit of all the things from production, editing, hot reload.
We're here to serve. What we want is to make developers happy.
Woo! Simple as that.
I would say get involved.
Come to us with your feedback.
Congrats on another amazing .NET Conf.